Hello, world! Oh. Okay, Celiosto, did you take it, Vanguard? Nimby. Still don't understand. How's you guys doing? Or is it still understand? Still not how's you doing? Let's just go for that one. At any rate. Well, kind of sleepy, no white monster today. You should really be careful about how much sleep you're getting, by the way. And I'm not obligated to, but I do worry about you guys sometimes. Worry about a lot of you guys sometimes. Oh wait, it was pocket watch parts. He is not selling pocket watch parts today. We'll be fine with that, it doesn't matter. At any rate, contractually obligated. Life is all about fulfilling contractual obligations. I still feel bad because I haven't been able to go into work for like a week. It's finally almost looking like I should be able to go into work tomorrow though. And then I'll still be depressed because I gotta go into work. Is life not a wonderful thing? I'm depressed when I can't go into work. And I'm depressed that I can't go into work. Yes, finally the snow is melting. Yeah, but it's kind of killing me, honestly. Well, let's just say my car isn't exactly the sort of car that you take on the snowy roads. Today the road was covered in black ice. So getting to work was genuinely not an option. It was just I got too scared. I genuinely felt like I was gonna get myself hurt if I wasn't careful. Yeah, not unless you have reckless abandonment, which... Alright, Hardin's Pass. Let's go. Also, I am so excited for the Barney update tomorrow. That's it? do I have to go south? I'd have figured it would have been more of like a have to go north thing. Too many. My paycheck, my next paycheck will most likely be effectively cut in half, and I really don't know what I'm doing, honestly. It's not gonna be a fun time. It's gonna be expensive. Nah, you don't have to be like that in silly Russell. After all, I'm managing. What game is this? This is Arcanum. It is a, it is an RPG similar to the original Fallout and Fallout 2. Except it takes place in a magical world full of magic. But they've also invented atheism as well. And that's why there's power armor. They give it a $50 tip in now, so. As much as I'd like to be like to just say no outright, it's I admit this month is a little closer than I would have liked it to have been. They all seem to be that way though, it feels like some months. But hey, we're doing our best. Fair. I still can't help but feel bad about it though. Yeah, but it's like any other fantasy world, except they have it's significantly more racist at times because they have logical reasoning for their racism now. It's incredible, honestly. Look, all I'm saying is, you know, this game is like beyond anything Bethesda could ever make. Okay? Alright, this is a real game. But it's like the original Fallout. Exactly. I mean, you know, Like, we read a book earlier where a guy was advocating for lobotomizing orcs. And I'm gonna be honest, extremely based. Those are terrible noises that guy was making. Oh no! I got hit. I tripped. It's Brawl all over again. The fact that a good chunk of my team is honestly kind of immune to physical damage at this point, I have a very strong feeling that the difficult times are past now. I need only look forward. To when my team inevitably goes on to fight God or whatever, I don't know. With the power of science, of course. Because magic isn't real. Famous last save fireworks. Hey, for what it's worth, the last time the game crashed, or the last time I had to load last save file was because the game just randomly crashed. Okay, it wasn't necessarily a taunt to get bodied situation. It was more of a, I just don't have enough RAM to keep up. Everyone else is God because theirs is wrong. You know, that's what you get for not, you know, like, for not worshipping Darwin or whatever, I don't know. I don't know what atheists worship. You know, Charles Darwin or something, I don't know. The atom? Nah, the truth is that we know what atheists worship. It's the they worship the what's it called? The humble fedora. I just realized that they gave the automatons a unique tripping animation. And it's them folding up into their little compact form. Okay, well, that's what I get for not healing. Ha! Joke's on them! I gave one of my allies a healing item! Unfortunately, my illuminated decoy didn't make it though. He will be remembered. and he will be subsequently avenged. So yeah, atheists are just wanton hedonists who just don't want to tell people they don't want to adhere to our religion, just religious metrosexuals. You know? I still don't know what a metrosexual is. We looking for elven bush? Dang it, Anarchy! We walk it! You gotta walk in here and make it weird all of a sudden. Now I have to end the stream. I hope you're proud of yourself. Also, don't tell Mizu that there's elf bush. I mean, you know, he'll hop on that immediately. There's no hesitation. We all know, everybody knows Mizu's opinion on that. You know, it's a very well-known fact, of course. Yeah, I've maxed out all of my stuff. I am the new Master Gunslinger because the only other contender for Master Gunslinger had his fingers cut off. Ironically, he was willing in the entire thing, which only gives us more questions. Honestly, when I think of hedonists, I don't really think of hipsters. I just think of people who ruin everything they touch. And honestly, one of the worst aesthetics just in existence. Like, seriously. Let's be honest. You ever notice how like you see like 100 guys with that same exact hair and beard combo? Like it's the same hairstyle with the same beard every time. Man bun is a possibility, actually. Now, jokes aside, man bun is actually a legitimate thing that could possibly show up. And that's honestly the part that should scare you the most. You know, the possibility of man bun, frankly, is terrifying to me, and I don't like to think about it too much. Stop tripping! Why did we go to the place that's just Super Smash Brothers, bro? You know, you'd think that we could have installed some spiky cleats on my automatons to make them a little bit less, trip happy, you know? Because they trip constantly. It's terrible. Is that all? Hardens pass? More like softens pass, cause I felt no hardness from this path at all. Just pretend you didn't hear me say that one. Pretend I didn't say that one. Just. It comes on with nature, aka bludgeons a gorilla. Oh no. It's one of those mystical forest type places. Greetings, Outlander. Welcome to the elven city of Quintara. I can feel the magic already. Greetings to you. ... I won't say this again, human. You are welcome to walk the Tree City, but if you cause any trouble here, we will punish to the full extent of elven law. The guard moves to the hilt of his sword. Your kind has taken much from us already. You may pass. And I dream of the day when I may take even more from your kind. Dude, they got the elves got treehouse in this? That's like kind of sick, I'm gonna lie. Wait, hold on, guys! Guys, we got non-Euclidean geometry! Guys, help, I'm trying to understand how this treehouse works. We got, okay, so this is the main section, and then like over here you got branches and we got the platforms. Then the tree goes down, and then down here to another one. But then the way to this is you go over here, and then you go here, and then I hate it. That's real magic. True elven magic. They have non-Euclidean geometry in. These darn elves with their non-Euclidean geometry. Ah, dang it! I forgot to bring more Molotovs. Your tree shall live for but a few moments longer. Wait, dwarf was there? I'm surprised to see a dwarf here. This is my home. What do you wish of me? I'm looking to find the elves responsible for banishing the BMC. You know, when you refer to them as the BMC, they sound less like a clan of dwarves and more like a terrorist organization. Look, we're not going to talk about what happened on 5/17 in Quintara, year 1772. We're not gonna talk about what the BMC did in Quintara that day, okay? We're gonna find the elves responsible for banishing the BMC. See, I know nothing about it. I'm not sold by dwarven affiliations that come here to save the ways of magic. For information of nature, you would need to consult with Raven. Mage, this seems a bit unusual. I've been drawn towards magic for my entire life. Unlike most dwarves, I have no affinity for things of a technological nature, so that's why I live here. I am under a tutorial agreement to my teacher of Wrath. I am unable to leave until my contract is finished. How long is the contract for? My contract runs until the end of Wrath's life. In exchange for training in the magical arts, I agreed to serve him, but that bitter old elf can last another 2, possibly 300 years. Why did you agree to such an indeterminable length of service? No elf wanted to take a dwarf as an apprentice. It was the best offer I could get. I'm pretty sure elves also live longer than dwarves, so this is basically slavery. It wasn't bad at first. Then Wrath was simply surly. Over the past 50 years or so, he became increasingly bitter and difficult to work for. I do not know what I will do if I can't convince him to release me soon. Why don't you just leave? I would never dishonor myself so. The only thing that can release me besides his death is his word. I can kill him for you. Perhaps I can convince him to release you? Thank you for the offer, but your interference would only serve to anger him, which would lead to greater torment for myself at his hands. If you're certain, I suppose I'll be on my way then. Like, I'm just saying, you know, if the contract only expires when your master dies, and that master just so happens to be a potentially very long-lived elf, I really don't recommend that as an option. Wait, what? An empty wine glass. This empty wine glass has a strange pungent odor. Well, I suppose there's nothing wrong with contaminating the crime scene by taking this glass. You think he could have killed himself? I mean, it's an empty wine glass. Let's see here. No sign of violence or struggle. A lot of blood on the walls, though. Let's see. They know, written in blood on the side of one of the walls. Uh-oh. Oh no. Guys! I bet we're gonna get criminal investigation! Let's go! What business do you have here? German is under arrest for murder. You believe he killed Wrath? Who else would have done it? Elves like us don't kill each other. Besides yourself, he was the only other outsider in Quintaro when the murder occurred. Elves like us? Are there other types of elves? No, there are not. You must have misunderstood my meaning. We don't talk about dark elves around here. It's like, oh no, we genocided the dark elves generations ago. Now what's he killed if you don't mind my asking? We haven't determined that as of yet. At this point, all we know is we can find no evidence of any injuries from weapons. What about magic? Quench Life would have done the trick. No, we have Quintara acutely attuned to flows. If any dark necromancy had been used, we would have felt it. No weapons or magic, that leaves poison, right? I am not at liberty to discuss any more of the key. So if he revealed too much already, I fear. May I be allowed to go and speak with them at least? Sure, go on, but don't try anything. I'll be listening out here. Well! German, seems you have made a critical mistake and gotten involved in elven politics. I don't believe you're guilty of killing Wrath. Why do you say that? He was not killed with magic or a weapon. That leaves poison. There's only one apothecary, Sharp in Clintara. If the poison was bought here, he'd have been the one to sell it. I need to speak with him somehow. Since I'm confined in my house, I need someone to help clear my name. Are you interested in helping me out? Sure. I like playing criminal investigator. Mostly because I get to see the body. I will give you my prize staff of Zornath for your help. Zorant! Sorry. Eesh. I mean, I really don't have any use for things of magic. Honestly, part of me is willing to do this just for the love of the game, but like, you know. You know what? I could always give it to Virgil. No, I just like playing criminal investigator because it lets me go into the morgue. I like feeling the risk of getting prion disease. Prions. What is your name, madam? My name is Swift. You're an adventurer, you know. This is a matter of fact, I'm ready to ask. Pray tell, have you been to the fabulous city known as Torrent? Yes, I have visited there. Would you be interested in the job as a guide? What do you have in mind? Why do you want to go there? Everyone goes there. I'm tired of this forest. I need some adventure. Excitement. Will you take me? I can't really do that right now. Maybe some other time. I'll keep it in mind whenever I decide I'm heading back over to Torrent. I might be forced to go back early though on account of my current lack of ammunition. But also, these guys live in like absolutely tiny houses. Like, dude, you live like this? As with most elves have a very long name, but in your tongue I am called Element. A pleasure, Element. Might I ask you what you do here in Kandara? I am a craftsman, I work with wood and metal to create objects of magic, weapons, and talismans. The occasional piece of decorative jewelry. We all play our part here in Kandara. That is mine. I can see where you get the wood, where you get the metal. Well, I have many suppliers. We trade often in Stillwater when the need arises, but lately I've run out of mithril. If you know anything about the metal, you know that it's rare. I'm having trouble finding a new source, so many of my objects are incomplete without it. The only place I know where you can obtain mithril is in the caves of the Wheel Clan. Well then, I'm offering a magical bow and trade if you're willing to part with it. Sure, why not? For what it's worth, I was holding on to that mithril for a while, planning on using it for something, but then I never really got to use it for anything because I decided not to make the thing I was trying to make, the magic bow. Critical hit plus 5 against animals. At worst, it can be sold.
What is it that you wanted?
guess they're automatically gonna handle a bunch of stuff, aren't they? Sir, there is no gnome in this forest. It was the gnome. Clearly, this is the work of a dirty gnome. Only gnomes are known to be so dishonorable as to use poison. Of course, I know this calendar and the oven tongue are very coming fun. A pleasure, Fawn. What is you do here? Oh, forgive me. I'm not telling you before I am accustomed to everyone knowing my position. I'm the master healer. I'm here to help those in need of restoration. Oiled thieves' leather. Gnomish chainmail. These are very specific things, I feel like. Creep armor! Creep armor! It's armor specifically for creeps. But only the creepiest of individuals may equip this armor. No, and it's difficult to be labeled that creepy, you know? The other woman smiles, although still very beautiful eyes, but share great age and wisdom as well as the lively spark of attained youth. Of course, I'm not telling you I call you, I guess whisper. I'd ask who you are. Here. Brings you Quintara, just passing through. Oh, just passing through, tasting the local flavor and whatnot. Actually, it's a long story. Tell her what has happened. So all your adventures started when you walked from the wreckage of the... What did you call it? A blimp? Yes. That is quite the tale. I appreciate you trusting me with it. I'd like to give you something as well. Perhaps to aid you in the coming days. It might help you... Well, become a little less conspicuous. What do you do? Spencer can call me! Oh no. Oh no. A scientist! If anyone heard me say that here, I'd be thrown to the forest floor! A scientist? What is it that you're studying this for? Well, I'm studying the local wildlife. There are many strange magical creatures in the glimmering forest, and no one has really taken the time to catalog them all. Study the unique characteristics. I'm doing so. What creatures are you studying right now? Right now I'm cataloging all the different types of will-o'-the-wisps according to their particular essence. I'm almost finished, but I can't seem to gather a sample of the rare Vular wisp. What do you mean by essence? Some of the will-o'-the-wisps, when they die, they leave behind what is known as their essence. It is a physical manifestation of their magical properties. Sometimes it is used in magical potions and poison. We have an apothecary here in Quintara. Mr. Sharp is specialist in those sorts of things. Perhaps you're good at that. I've been very busy here and I've been able to get to go out wisp hunting. Diablo, welcome, Zriben! Gwendolyn! I swear! Puts a cute part of my trace to hungry enough when he doesn't know. If you're running the recent medicine boards, just after your magic scroll, would you listen? Seriously though, whoever it is that that decided to name their armor Creep Armor, I have questions for you. It's going good off work? That's good to hear. It's good to hear. I'm kind of excited to be working again, honestly.
Greetings, stranger. What is it you need?
I hear voice acting. You must be a significant character.
No, you're correct. We've never met. My name is very old and very long. Perhaps it would be best if you simply called me Raven.
Interesting. Do you have a moment?
Of course.
I'd like to ask you a few questions.
Certainly. How can I help you?
I need to speak of the Silver Lady.
The Silver Lady? Oh, you mean my mother. That's quite a request, and one not so easily granted.
Believe me, she's gonna want to speak with me. Okay, like seriously, trust me. It's I got a cool story. She'll be in it. She'll be interested.
And believe me when I tell you that no one sees my mother until I see it as necessary. She may be our queen, but I oversee the daily matters here in Kintara.
I see. How can I get into the urgency of my quest?
You'll have your chance. Forgive me if I seem a little abrupt, but I've many things on my mind today, and there's much to be done. Once I've taken care of some of the more pressing matters, I'll talk with you about your needs.
I understand. Perhaps I could be of service.
It's possible. You are human, and one of our problems does concern humans. No offense, but your race is a mystery to me.
None taken. What seems to be the problem?
There is a group of humans camped about a day's journey from here. We know not what they want, but where humans go, trouble usually follows.
What would you like me to do?
The place they are camped at is called Falcon's Egg, and it is considered a holy place for the elves of Kintara. We would like you to find out why the humans are there and remove them.
I got a few questions about this.
Of course. What would you like to know?
What sort of place is it?
Falcon's Egg, as I told you, is elven holy ground.
Whoa! Did she just? And I'm kind of surprised she was able to figure it out. To figure out our race based on, considering we're wearing this freaking power armor. It's hard not to tell what the person's, gender is at that point.
The stag spoke to her, and within it were the spirits of the elves who had become the soul of the stag, and with her arrow she had pierced both it and them. And they were both sad and afraid, as the stag's life was their own, and when it died, so would they.
What did Falcon do? She skinned it right then and there.
She could do nothing. She sat with the stag's head in her arms, sang its stories, and washed its wound with her tears. And the ache in her heart grew as the old elven voices faded. Grew so much that when they finally passed, she passed with them.
I'm pretty sure that you people are familiar with psychedelic mushrooms.
Of course. What would you like to know?
What?
It doesn't matter to me how you remove them, but you must understand this. Under no circumstances are you to shed blood on that ground. The spirits there exact their price, and you do not want to pay it. Do you understand? Do not raise your hand against another.
Alright, understood.
Of course. What would you like to know?
How'd I get to Falcon's Egg?
It's not far from here. I'll mark your map with the location.
Don't raise our hand against another. Alright, fine, I'll fire from the hip, sure. Anything all by yourself. Do people sell anything of actual value? I'm looking for Sharp. Sharp was called out of the village suddenly. I'm his wife. Because I helped with anything. I need to ask him about a poison. Yes, I recognize it. Very distinctive odor. Do you sell that type of poison here? Yes, I do. Well, I don't know if we have any at the moment, though. The poison in that glass killed Wrath. Did you know him? Wrath is dead by the gods. What can you tell me about him? We had a history. The three of us were friends long ago, but he became very angry when Sharp and I began living together. Who killed him? That dwarven student of his? Why do all you elves immediately assume it was the dwarf? I swear. So this is why we don't like elves. This is why we don't like elves. Why did he become angry when you began living together? He said it was offensive for us and damaging to the village for us to carry on like humans, as he put it. I believe he was jealous, though. He felt you were violating elven customs. I believe that he was actually jealous. Sharp and him fought often in later years. Did Sharp hate Wrath enough to kill him? It was the other way around, actually. I think Wrath became a bit unbalanced, of course. Of course, we all know that elves do not have it in them to wantonly murder each other over things like jealousy. Could Sharp poison Wrath to protect you? Okay, I think Wrath killed himself. I'm gonna be honest, I'm kind of getting that vibe here, you know. I'm just saying. Okay, guys, look, what's it even? If he felt I was in danger, I believe he'd do anything to protect me and sacrifice himself. But as I said, elves would never think of killing one another. We take a wider view of things, as you know. The life is only... this life is the only one that elves exist in. When we die, we go to another level. So what purpose would murder serve? But you said to yourself that Wrath was unbalanced. I have a few more questions, if I may. Clearly this interrogation isn't gonna go anywhere. Hey, welcome! Yes, it is Night Fear architecture. Hello, sir. Might I ask your name? My name is Mr. Wynn, the master of the hunt. It's a pleasure to meet you. The pleasure's mine. You said you are a master of the hunt? We have a group of hunters who supplies Quintara with food and other supplies. I'm their commander. I see. Are there a lot of hunters here in Quintara? No, we are a small community here. We never have need for more than 3 or 4 hunters at any given time. Say, do you happen to know the hour? Sure. Would you? I need to go on another hunt. But I could tell I could tell you where I could tell you where I was hunting and you could travel there. I'm sure it's nothing, but I got worried about my hunters. If you could see to it that he's safely on his way home, I could offer you some elven chainmail, alright? These elves are gonna keep giving me junk I don't need. also appreciate the philosophy that this game gives. Even over here, iPad kids. Everywhere we go, iPad kids. You can't escape them. I see buns. Dude, the gorillas here are friendly. Oh, hey, there's an altar here. Anyways, doesn't matter. Just work on this bench. I guess this guy. Hello, sir. And who are you? I am William Bench, outdoorsman and naturalist, and head of this bunch you see here. And who might you be? Pleasure, man. Meet to speak with you. What are you doing here? I'm a surveyor, and this is my team. We're employed by the Torringsdale Logging Company. We have a contract to map out the surrounding lands, which were recently purchased by the Torringsdale. Report the usability of its resources. Fairly standard job, really. We may have a problem here. Oh, really? And what might that be? Unfortunately, you're not supposed to be here. I see no problem here, stranger. In fact, I think I'm going to have to ask you to leave this here's private property and you're trespassing. I think I'll have to persuade you to otherwise. I don't think so, friend. You better find someone else to bother. This is elven holy ground. I don't see any signs here naming the place as such. Darn bleeding heart elves, always trying to save the forests. We're here on solid legal ground. If the elves have a problem with it, they can bring their complaints to the courts. These are new times, and people are just going to have to live in them. Look based, okay? Based. Look, I just want to talk about this rationally. I'm not threatening you. Let's just keep doing this. I don't want to mention it, but you're a real womanly man, eh? What? You're insulting me now? You're trying my patience. I just want to get your attention. Now listen. I told you I'm not talking about this anymore. Just leave. Your blabbings are making me sick. Have some dignity, man. Dignity. I'm not allowed to be spoken to you like that in front of my men. I suggest you apologize. Let's see here. Just listen to what I have to say. There's a lot of stake here. So I'd watch you had watched Tongue of Fire, you stranger. There's only so much abuse Teak. So you have nothing to worry about being as you are. Shut up, shut up. I will be held responsible for my actions if this continues. I've seen tougher barmaids. Go on, I dare you to hit me. Definitely just picked up a curse there. You know, my reputation is kinda honestly. Alright. That did not go well. You know, she could have explained some things a little better earlier. I'm just saying. Man, I gotta go do all the Quintara stuff again. I guess alternatively I could just let them hit me first. Oh, that's I bet what it was. Supposed to have him take the first punch and then, you know, then he dies. I guess that explains why the gorillas are so nice over there. Normally when you see gorillas in this game, they're more like that one time that a gorilla showed up in SpongeBob. Well, you see, the thing is, they're onto us, George! Wait a minute. What's a gorilla doing in the forest? Also, this is why I don't like elves. They're freaking cryptic, man. They're cryptic. They won't sit down and just say it like it is, you know? Just be like, yeah, for some reason they really don't like it when you attack people over there, so don't attack people in there. Because you just die afterwards. You leave, you kill Beth? Not on my legend, This doesn't happen. Those aren't like the other races. Yes. I was rather killed. What about magic? It's poison, right? Might be allowed to go speak with him at least. Also, I'm gonna be honest, you probably, like, there's already an altar there. It's kind of like, it's hard to say whether or not the place is, kind of haunted. Why do all you elves immediately assume it was a dwarf? You're right. I shouldn't assume anything. I didn't even know the lad. Not being under a rat's yoke could drive anyone to murder. What did Rat do to make you dislike him so? He started spreading hatred and lies about Sharp and myself. He said it was offensive and damaging to the village for us to carry on like humans, as he put it. He's right. You are very offensive. I'm certain Sharp is too. You and Sharp paid him for that, didn't you? How dare you? We're much more civilized than that. Rat to become a bit unbalanced, yes, but his whole concept of murder is foreign to us. This life is only one that elves exist on. When we die, they go to another level, so the purpose would matter serve. Dude, they freaking made the elves like just absolutely insufferable. It's like, you get the dwarves and they're just cool guys who they just dig and talk about rocks and philosophy all day. And then you get elves. I'm sorry if I'm offensive to you. I'll try my best. You know where I could find Sharp? Sharp was called out of the village suddenly. Okay, so I'm not gonna... I guess I'll have to find Sharp. Yeah, nah, from the sounds of it though, that Sharp definitely killed him. Too much reasoning.
Greetings, stranger. What is it you need? No. Your mind, of course, certainly. The silver. And believe me when I tell you that you'll have your chance. Forgive me if I seem a little... It's possible. You are human. There is a group of humans. The place they are camped at is called Falcon's Egg, and it is of course. It doesn't matter to me how you remove them, but you must understand this. Under no circumstances are you to shed blood on that ground. The spirits there exact their price, and you do not want to pay it. Of course. The step, she could do nothing. Of course. What would you like to know? It's not far from here. Of course. What would you like to know? Splendid. Are you sure you good?
Okay, we're good. We're good. The rest of the second snack on the way back. But there's an easy way to make an elf shut up. I think that method could sometimes get you thrown in jail though. And then it turns out to be the only elf that's into that sort of thing, so so they got this part of the way, so we're gonna drop save. Unfortunately, I'm not supposed to be here. This is Elven Holy Ground. Let's see, is it taking orders from a manga like you? What years? Let me know you try my patience. Your blabbings make me sick. Have some dignity, man. Apologize. So you have nothing to worry about being as you are. I've seen tougher barmaids. Go ahead, I dare you to hit me. Okay, so then we skip turn. Oh, but my companions can do it just fine. My companions are allowed to attack people, and I don't get in trouble then. Dented iron shield. Man, this guy really had nothing of value on him. It's very strange. The best part about it, though, is the fact that my robots, for the most part, just went and gored them for no reason. Well, never no reason, but like, you know. Or at least I didn't get punished for my followers' actions. For what it's worth, I don't think there's a way to control whether or not your followers attack at all. Especially automatons. Those guys will just do whatever they want to do. Yes. Attack the half-ogre in power armor. Attack our local Frank Horrigan cosplayer. I kinda, honestly, my only complaint about the large version of the what's it called? Of the machine plate mail is the fact that I would have liked if the helmet was the same as the regular versions. Like, the vibe you should be getting from it is Frank Horrigan. Like, you know, if you're gonna go for, you know, super mutant that wears power armor as an aesthetic, that's the one. Just one, just firearms. What do you think I was looking for, Brigador? If you speak, you'll be banned, and then he says the word anyways. I mean, for what it's worth, that is the only place that the elves should be. why I like Atari. Because he knows his place. Oh, nice game. Does he though? I mean, that is a fair question.
Ah, yes.
I don't know.
How can I help you? Certainly. How can I help you?
I remove the humans from Falcon's Egg.
Thank you very much. Your help in the matter is much appreciated. Now, what was it you needed to speak to my mother about?
It's a long story.
A dark tale full of pain. And it would seem that the blame lies with us, the elves.
There are elves involved. Do you know the name of Mingorod?
I do not, and none of the elves who live here bear it. But it bothers me very much, pulls darkly at my heart and mind. There is another possibility. One I'd rather not think of. No. You need to speak with my mother of these things. She will know what to do.
Alright, where will I find her?
She's just beyond the large door behind me. But be warned, my mother is a magical being of great power. Her spirit swims in the flow, and sometimes she is more of that world than this one. What she sees is not always what we see, so her answers might seem strange to you. Ask what you wish to know, and listen. When you're through speaking with her, come and find me.
Alright. Well, sounds like this bit of elven nonsense is gonna get even more cryptic. Lady, you live like this? And I thought the average single guy's house was depressing. This is just ugh.
Hello. I welcome you, traveler.
Greetings to you, Silver Lady. Thank you for this audience.
I know you've come far, and I've expected you for a long time now.
I spoke to Polonius Schuyler. He said something similar to me.
Polonius Schuyler. Ah, yes. I see him now, speaking with the dead. Or is he among them? It matters not, I suppose. They are all watching you.
What are you talking about?
I've seen you approaching from both east and west, traveler. And you bring them with you, all of them. They've no choice but to follow.
Clearly, this is philosophy.
I know. We speak different languages, you and I. The things I see, wrapped in the past and the present, and shrouded in the veils of magic. I cannot translate my visions into your own. You must listen, traveler. Listen and learn to see.
Alright, I'll try.
What is it you see, traveler?
The Black Mountain Clan. Where are they?
Yes, I can see them. But the ravens are circling, and the storm rages but subsides. And yet there is lightning, and then shadow, and then the storm howls again, tearing. I can't even look at it.
Well, it definitely sounds bad.
Wait. Oh, look. They've taken in a small child with machine dreams, and hands of hinged metal, and a heart in which coal burns brightly.
Gilbert Bates, but that was in the past.
I don't know of what you speak, traveler. Please, listen. Try to hear with my ears.
I don't know if I can.
I see a flame atop a hill, burning so brightly. And below, a field of wheat around a pool of water. And the flame spitting fire and consuming the wheat and the lake, and losing itself as well.
Maybe Cumbria? The pollution in Tarrant? Do we have to genocide the elves? I mean gnomes. Spiritually, you all understood what I meant by that. Is there anything else? The clan, do you see anything else?
Dark here. So dark. And the flame is here too. But this flame burns black onyx and cold. And shadow is its child. Are they here as well? I can't see that far.
Maybe they're underground.
A plane of mirrored glass. A sky of white. A lone figure. Wait. Which is the reflection? I'm unsure.
Okay, we find the nearest desert and we turn it to glass.
That is all I see.
That'll take a while though, to the current technology level though.
Do you have anything else you'd like to ask?
Big guy, what can you tell me about name?
An old name, traveler. Oh, a man is screaming and carves a key with his fingers, and the birds have plucked his eyes out. And the wolf watches, motionless, his paw in the air.
Oh no! The wolf is going to get cancelled! Is it Mingard? Is he dead? And what does the wolf mean? Wait, let's see. A man is screaming and carves a key with his fingers, and the birds have plucked his eyes out, and the wolf watches motionless, his paw in the air. I'm guessing, he's screaming in desperation. He wants to escape, but he has no ability to actually see that escape. And I guess his captors don't care. Maybe he's trapped somewhere. I don't know. Maybe I'm focusing too much on the key.
A tear in the curtain, and only darkness beyond. A ragged wound, mended with a ring of blasted stone.
God, I feel like we need like somebody to freaking write all this down. God.
Hand that sees, but is blinded. A man draped in truth, wearing a mask.
You've lost me, please.
They hide. The lost children, they hide. A gray mist, even to me. But there, he runs, carving veined and painted leaves. And the flock comes, talons outstretched, and wings of fire.
Greater than 0 odds, this woman is perpetually high. I could believe that one.
Run quickly, traveler. Find what was left behind. In the place of smoke and water, he is there. He is there.
Place of smoke and water. Maybe the crash site?
I see no more. The stream is again calm. Was there anything else?
Am I the living one?
The living one? Oh, traveler, why would you think I would know of such a thing?
It's a prophecy. I assume you can see what is to come.
It's an interesting thing about prophecies, traveler. They're now clearer to one such as myself, living both in and out of the stream, than they are to you, walking the shore. The flow swirls around them until they are ready. And in the end, really, is it going to matter who someone pointed a finger at?
they're comforting if people aren't trying to kill me.
These people can only see what follows in your wake, traveler. Pass your hand through the flame and it flickers. If you've tired of the mantle, then shed it. Disappear. Otherwise, don't be surprised at what people do.
Well, now I feel like she's just being mean. And I tell ya.
I know that, traveler. But I also
She's
know
just over here. She's over here like, okay, then stop trying to be something. If you don't want to deal with the consequences of being something, stop being something. Yeah, wait. I'm tired. Now if I see the page, what?
I go now, traveler. We will meet again, though I'm not sure on which side. No matter. Farewell.
I was way too sober for that whole experience right there. Like, for real, it's just like, you ever just experience something and just like, I am too sober for this. Should hit that elf for the 2008 Nissan Altima. Hey, listen. If it wasn't for the Ford F-150, we wouldn't have won this. We wouldn't have won the American Revolution. Okay. I actually can't remember. I can't remember what the car was specifically. Oh yeah, no, I think it was a Dodge Charger. Yeah, it was a Dodge Charger. Yeah, it was a Dodge Charger. George Washington driving his Dodge Charger. I guess I may just go around collecting random list essences. That was just a bad throw on my part. I could have done better. Oh no! These beers are gold! The Golden Bear sounds like a sick Chinese place. Not like you're guaranteed to get indigestion, but like, it's really good stuff there though. Whoa. I don't speak of the Warmbloods. Find our chieftain. Hi, Mr. Elf! Greetings, Warblood. I am Waraman. I'm here to find it up with the Elven Hunter. Not to speak of Kankai, our chief. Lizard man eyes you wearily. Only he will know of such things, Warmblood. Okay. Man, I didn't expect to find lizard people here. Jeez. Call it the Snake Fathers and the Sijing. The cool-blooded Gene cult. Only the Snake Fathers and your hero, I fault. McCall seeks Heartstone. He runs with you. He hunts with you. Give McCall his Heartstone, and swift as McCall will be. Okay, I found the biggest one, so I'm gonna make an assumption and say he's probably the one. This creature before you is covered in scales with a large mouth full of sharp teeth and eyes of the coldest silver. Various tattoos cover much of its body. Warm blood betrayer, offspring murderer. What brings you here? What death do you bring? What lies will you tell? Kankari stands before you. My power is greater than yours. Buddy, listen. Listen. I have a gun. Don't you sit down and tell me. Don't you sit down and tell me, you lizard man, that you are stronger than me. I have a gun. Give him the old Glock surprise. Now I'll give him the SIG surprise. I'll just drop it on the ground and then, like, you know, it immediately unloads the entire mag into him. I'm sorry, have we met before? I've never seen your kind. I know you, betrayer. I know all your faces, warm blood. All the same, all liars and murderers, all bringers of death. What do you mean you know all of our faces? Your two faces, your words, your lies. The Bidokon that lived here in the dark fen since the moon was young and the water sang our songs. We are old, we speak not of your language. We know not your ways, the cold blood ways. Oh, you know not our ways, the cold blood ways. Now listen, I think you're being a little reductive. Not all warm-blooded people are bad people. And yet at the same time, such unabashed hatred of anybody with a blood temperature higher than 10 degrees Celsius. Frankly, I find it personally incredible. I appreciate such racism. Yes, but not all warm bloods are the same. No? All warm bloods fear the Bidokon. All warm bloods know not our ways, the cold blood ways. All warm bloods kill the Bidokon and taint our swamps and darken our waters. You all hate and destroy without reasons. Have the elves at Sharp Ears killed your people before? He stops for a moment considering. He's just like, I have never heard the term Sharp Ears ever. We just call them elves. Like, what the frick, man? What's your problem? No, Sharp Ears have not killed Bidokon before. Nor have they ruined the land, but they are not easy prey. Warm blood. A hunter in different skin is still a hunter, and Kankari goes not quietly. Hold a moment. Neither the elves nor I have done you harm. Yes, the words you speak are true, Warmblood, but that does not mean that you will not. Agreed. I'm Concrete, chieftain of the Vidicon. What brings you to our village, Warmblood? Have you come in defense of this elf? He says as though he's saying a slur. Oh no, he's unbelievably racist, but I already love him, honestly. I like Concari. I like him. He's just like me, bro. Perhaps I need to know what has happened here. You would hear our story? Very well. As I've said, the Bittercon have lived in the Dark Fens for as long as the seasons have turned, and for all that time we have kept to ourselves. We know the elves, but they harmed us not, and we accepted their natural place. But something happened? You said your people were hunted. Yes, 4 winters ago, Warmbloods came to our swamps, and set out things of death, and shot us with their weapons, and collected the bodies of the dead. Who were these Warmbloods? They said they were not elves. No, not elves. He looks at you and smells here in front of you. I know it was not you, but you were of their kind. There were many of them, and they rode on strange creatures made of wood. I see men in wagons. Where did they come from? From the south. They came from the south over the mountains and into the dark fens, and the land cries out wherever they touch it. They know not the way of the land, or the cold blood ways, nor do they care. What did you say these men did to the bodies of your people? They skinned them. They skinned our elders and our children and our women, and then they threw their remains into the swamp. No rites of passage, no guide to the Snake Fathers. Dear God, poachers, I'm so sorry. I believe your words. Perhaps you are different. Perhaps you might be able to see the cold visions. I will regret having to make war on the Warmbloods, if there is even one like you among them, but I will do so nonetheless. Make war? But it is only these men. Yes, but there's a price in Warmblood that must be paid. Men will die, and then all of their offspring, until there are none left. Only this will quiet the fury of the Snake Fathers. Elves are Warmblood. They die as well, Based. Giga Based. They look vaguely like the rest of the other ones. They die too. They get worse deaths because they're fin-sitting liberals. Please, you must allow me to convince you otherwise. No, there are no words to turn me from my course. War I must make upon the Warmbloods, unless... What else can be done? You can pay the price demanded by the Snake Fathers. If a Warmblood is to kill those responsible, then I would not have to wage war against them all. The cold-blood ways allow this retribution. If you kill these poachers, I will free the elf and turn from the ways of war. Will you do this? Yeah, sure, why not? You will? Good, this is where the men were last seen. Kill all of the men and return to me. Alright then! Oh no. Oh yeah, I forgot that Virgil can heal himself now. Hello there, lassie. Strange place to be out walking. You mind telling me what you're doing out here? Yes, I've come here to kill you. So, yes, you rarely gesture to his comrades. Might I ask you why? I've been sent here by the Bedokon. Oh, we have a bloody lizard lover over here, boys. Those people, thought people like you only lived in the big cities. Are crying over the poor lizards while you're wearing your boots made of their worthless hide. Brave last words. Prepare for death. He loves to get in. Look, I have a bad idea. Why don't you tell me where those lizards are and I'll pay you a handsome fee. Let's call it 1,000 gold pieces. You must be joking. I'll split your skull for even thinking it. Look, I'm playing good karma here, okay? I'm a good noodle. I'm the greatest of good noodles. Time to use the P320 meta on these guys. Yeah, the goodest of noodles. The goodest noodle. I would never hurt anyone. We need more bullet. Ah, sick. An elephant gun. Wait, what? Where's? Oh, there's another one. Dang, this thing has a really high minimum strength requirement, Blake. That damage is real, though. 20 to 50 damage. I'm yoinking it. I'm yoinking it. Hunting rifle. What's my strength stat? 8. I really don't know what minimum strength requirements are for weapons. So, like, do I gotta skin him, or? I feel like it'd be, like, thematically accurate if I skinned him, but I feel like that'd be a little much. Like, if they appreciate if I brought it, or they'd be like, yo, ew, gross. Why'd you bring that? I mean, yeah, I could just raise strength. You gotta remember, I'm not really strong to begin with. I've only got like 5 base strength. Kind of cool if you beat the game with 5 strength and no magic. I kill the poachers. You have? Good. Perhaps the warm blood heart is not evil. Perhaps it does know what is right and what is wrong. Your actions have freed the elf and avoided war between mankind and the Bedokon warm blood. Make sure to speak to the elf before you leave and let him until he is free to go. I'm glad. The men I killed deserved it. Yes, I agree. Perhaps you might dream the reptilian dream one day. I wish you luck in your travels. Alright, new lizard friends have been obtained. Look, he was a very bad man, and you know, it seemed thematically accurate considering what he was doing. He's like you're cool. You can use the L word with us. They don't want you to know this, but the lizards can be taken from the park. They're free. I have 12 already. Also, I'm gonna be honest. It kind of would have been sick if we could have had these guys available in the game for like playable Deathclaw scenario. I'm just saying, that kind of would have been neat, you know? Dude. Can you imagine how wild a potential sequel would be? just like imagine like we take a freaking sequel to this. And like you just end up with so many random things suddenly being available now. Sadly, sequels are rarely just the same but more. Which, in all honesty, I kinda like it when game sequels are that, honestly. I think you, Stenia. I'm going back to Kuntara. I recommend you do the same. I might do just that. Good day to you. I mean, they named this random lizard dude! Now, most of these guys are racist towards me still, but you know, it's a slow process. Then again, I suppose them breaking their lore would end up being a thing there. Though I suppose at the end of the day, a sequel probably would end up being derivative. It's one of those situations where either you progress the world or you don't progress the world, and neither scenario is necessarily appealing. Does that make sense to say? Would it be an international conflict if I called the lizards lizards? Nah, it'd be okay. It wouldn't. I got an elephant gun now. So. Okay, so the main thing I want to go for is a repeater rifle. Oh, God! There's one shot of. I almost feel bad for that one. By the power of Brazilian, African, South, and Southeast Asian combined. the team surrounding Captain Racism is 100% going to be like extremely progressive. It's just the fact of the matter there. It's actually possible there could lose a man's follower. I'm not too surprised. I mean, Fallout 2 had a Deathclaw follower. I found the Lost Elven Hunter. Yes, you returned here and told me what happened to the Bittercon. The elves of Quintar are indebted to you, friend. Please take the armor I promised you on payment for your brave actions. I have no need for your silly elven armor. You elves with their non-technically impressive armor. Yeah, I'm kind of figuring everything I get in this village is just gonna be something I sell and nothing else, cause the best armor I have access to, I can already craft, so it doesn't matter. Should probably drop a save for this, for anything stupid happens. Cause I've done things happen before. Look, I'm slowly collecting all of the cards. Right, Gaben? I have a lot of cards. Okay?
Hello again. Certainly. How can I help you? And what did you ask her about? Mingarad. What did she see?
An eyeless man in pink carving a key, a wolf with a raised paw.
What the screaming man and his key represent, I have no idea. But I do know that the official symbol for the city of Caledon is a wolf, with one paw raised in the air. I'm not so sure. Remember, my mother's visions are shackled by neither our eyes nor our time. The events she describes might be in either the future or the past.
Hold on.
Let's look at all she said
Hold
before
on.
we go any further.
Maybe. Okay. Hold on. Maybe specifically that was referring to that guy I met on the Isle of Despair, who's the older brother of the king of Caledon.
Mingarad. What did she see? There's something about that entire vision which pulls at my memory, especially the ring. I'll think about it further.
I asked if I sent to teach Chibidoki when she came here. What? They taught her the slurs?
What did she see? I have no idea. Interesting. That's the ancient symbol of the Malokian hand. Do you know of it? The Malokian Hand were assassins for what used to be known as the Darien Ka, the ancient order of the dead.
Or are the dead? Who are they?
The Darien Ka were a shadowy group who formed during the Age of Legends. Their membership and their agenda were always very secret. I know little about them beyond the most cursory knowledge, but there have always been rumors about who they were and what they were doing. As I said, the Malokian Hand were their assassins. From what I remember of what was written about them, the Hand was ejected from the Order of the Dead on grounds of doctrinal differences. There was a small struggle, and then the Hand disappeared.
Oh,
There are
it's the Dark Brotherhood all over again!
rumors.
Wait. Hold on. Wait. Was it the Dark Brotherhood that was a different group entirely? Or was it the Morag Tong that, like, was originally a part of the Dark Brotherhood, but then they splintered off due to, like, ideological differences? Or was the Dark Brotherhood part of another assassin organization that eventually splintered off because of, again, ideological differences? My main point is, why can't assassins just do the normal thing and just stay assassins? She just drops the slice on speakers the whole convention there. Oh no! Actually, look on even. The emails on my life say
I
different.
agree. But I don't know why they would be involved in this business. Very interesting.
What do you think the vision itself
I
means?
don't really know. Although it would seem that perhaps they are being misled. Blindness in my mother's visions is sometimes associated with deception. As far as the man in the mask was draped in truth, I have no idea.
Let's see. Oh.
What did she see?
Lost hiding children. A man runs from them and drops leaves.
This one is the most interesting of all, and it seems that my fears may have well been correct.
What do you think it
Do
means?
you remember when I told you that the name of Mingarod bothered me in some way? Well, I believe that may have been so because Mingarod is a dark name.
What does that mean, a dark name?
Dark elf name. Do you know of the dark elves?
I know that you guys really didn't like their specific complexion and had them eradicated from your villages. Okay. Dark Brotherhood was a part of the Morag Tong. Like the Night Mother was originally. Wait. She was either a part. I know that the Night Mother used to be like originally she was like she used to be alive at some point, and then like became a religious figure, and then died, and now you have some guy whose entire life's work is just to ensure that her corpse doesn't decay too badly. Look, I'm just saying, there's probably people out there who are just like, what are your guys' mummification processes? She looks downright alive. I bet all of them. Could you elaborate? I don't really want to know too. I don't really like the dark elves at all.
It's a long story. But sometime during the Age of Legends, many years even before my mother was born, there were a group of elves who separated themselves. There were philosophical differences, and they were no longer welcome in our forests. Those elves became what we know.
Yeah! The differences were purely philosophical and cultural. They were very violent for no reasons, Honestly, they were more orc than elf. Oh, that's kind of cool, actually. I love the differences.
They believe that this world and all of its races are subject to elven rule. They believe that elves are superior because of our close connection to nature, our power in the ways of magic, and the longevity of our physical form. They see the other races as bumbling children who need our guidance, regardless of its severity.
And what do you believe?
I believe. Well, let us say that I don't always see eye to eye with those in Kintara concerning the rightful place of the Dark Elves. My role here is as protector. I will do so regardless of the cost.
Lady, that is a non-answer! What do elves here believe?
The The elves of Kintara, in fact all other elves, believe that everything and everyone has a rightful place in the experience which forms this reality. Elves feel that very little, if anything, ever happens that isn't part of the natural progression of that state. They feel no superiority because of their advantages. That is just the role they have been picked to play.
You know, in a way, I respect the Dark Elves more because they're not greasy fence sitters.
Unfortunately not. The Dark Elves are seen in the same light as everyone else. They have the role and they are playing it.
Look, okay, look. All I'm saying is, you know, you get like... All I'm saying is... The Dark Elves... wearing... the uniforms. Also, the corpse is probably just Daedric Prince Mephala having some fun. Oh, that's actually an interesting thought right there. Let's see. What do you believe, Raven?
I believe. Well, let us say that I don't always see it.
Let's get back to
the
this.
vision of the lost children was referring, I believe, to the Dark Elves. They were hidden from her because they are hidden from all of us. Through magic and isolation, we've not seen where they live.
Look, I'm just saying. Nazi elves goes kind of hard. For what it's worth, the concept kind of works pretty well because most fantasy does have a bit of a tendency to, you know, make elves somewhat objectively superior in most cases.
There was a man many years ago who had come to the Glimmering Forest to study the elves.
Like I said earlier, you know, dwarves are generally chill, and you know, we hate gnomes because it's fun to hate gnomes, and halflings will always be unremarkable. But then you got elves. Elves are just pretentious. That's the problem. Okay, and I can see a lot of elves failing in art college.
As I said, he was a researcher. A strange little man, a bit overdressed, but kind-hearted and very intelligent. I was young then, a mere 160 years old. He was the first human I'd ever seen.
You remember his name?
His name? It was a long time ago. But I remember because he said it so often. I think humans just like hearing the sound of their own names. Terwilliger. Dr. Renford A. Terwilliger. I can hear him saying it even now.
Okay, what were the leaves he was dropping?
I don't know. It almost seemed in the vision that the flock who consumed him were more interested in the leaves. And my mother even said to find what was left behind, these leaves might very well be what we're looking for. She could mean almost anywhere. But if I were to make a guess, I'd say she was talking about the human city of Tarant. It lies in the Gulf of Morbihan, and its... what do you call them? Factories are always belching smoke into the skies. That and I know that Terwilliger was from there.
That actually makes sense now you mention it.
You have a place to begin your search, my friend. It would seem that if you need to find this Mingarad, you're going to need to find the village of the Dark Elves. The only person who might know where they are is Renford A. Terwilliger. He may or may not...
Renford. That name does sound familiar. Then I'll find the out Dark Elves.
Me, my friend. Few are those like you who would take this burden upon themselves. You've earned my respect.
You might let me go of my head so I can go. No. We gotta be cool. I'm no hero. I just want people to stop trying to kill me.
Perhaps I misjudged you, but no matter. Your actions, however they are motivated, are noble. Good luck. Return to me when you've found the Dark Elves, and tell me what you've uncovered.
I'll return right now, Mark. Bye. Let's see here. Black leather, BDSM gear, elves. I have a very strong feeling that I'd escape given. Yeah, no. You gotta play it real cool. Real cool, like. Look, there's a reason why I don't go check their oven closets. Hmm. Maybe Wind might know. No. I get where elves being secretly masochistic is a pretty common trope in anime. For what it's worth, it does make some sense, honestly. If you think we're bad, then you definitely don't want to look in those closets. Maski yang ta. Okay, we need to grab Mr. Bow. 22 coins! This thing is just a Delvin Hunter's Bow, but... God, like, he's selling it for 617! Screw you! Give me that elven armor. I won't buy it. Fine then! I'll just sell it to a random junk dealer in Tarrant! Cause it's junk! Your people's prized culture is junk! All of it is! What is it? Maybe it's in Kashyyyk. Nah, this is where the elves live.
Hello again. It's so certainly, of course. What Black Mountain clan? What did she see? Ravens and a storm? And why did the storm subside and then rage once again? Nothing in my mother's visions is ever what it seems. We'll have to think on this. Black Mountain clan. As you told her, this must have been the man you know as Gilbert Bates. She saw him because he plays such a large role in their fate. Black Mountain clan. What? I'm not sure what that represents, but I know that fire in her visions often represents magic. And the water you say quenched it? Or did the flame burn itself out?
Wait, well, I guess if that's the case, then if fire represents magic, then water, I suppose, would represent technology. Then.
Black Mountain Clan. There are two separate visions. The flame again represents magic, but twisted somehow, burning darkly. And did you say that the Black Mountain Clan was near this flame? The mirrored plane, a white sky, a lone figure. The worlds on either side of that mirror are the same. Who could say which one is real? Odd.
Or maybe the dark flame would represent technology.
Black Mountain Clan.
Or this big bad evil guy, but that's not me. But that's a bit of a whatever thing. Glad our daughter is sober. Can't imagine how inebriated you'd have to be for this. That you have in mind. Father then declines. Sounds like an agreeable arrangement. How old are you actually? 150 years old. Isn't that a little young for an elf to be out on her own? I'm trying to say, I'm gonna try not to make my own decisions. I'm sure. You ready to go? I'm sure she'll be fine. For what it's worth, she just wants to go to Torrance, so I don't really know what the thing is. I think she might just be a like a secondary companion sort of deal. Like she's here, but she's not like here. I'll consider them Farmer Jack. Yeah, I almost felt that through my armor. All it takes is one hit getting through. Thank you for being here. This will be on my huge client, I promise you. Look, I don't know what of age is for the elves, okay? No, for all I know, she could be like, really old or something. It doesn't matter. Oh yeah, and I can also cut the fine revolver now. Okay, so need revolver parts and a revolver cylinder. I'm not seeing a cylinder here. Time to craft this revolver to some 3D printer. Yeah, basically. Basically. Elven chainmail. 242 coins. Underwhelming. But it'll have to do. Just grab a pipe and weld a nail to a hammer. That's how you make a real gun. The only gun you'll ever need. May or may not blow your hand off, though. But hey, you know what they say? Once it rolls off the lot, it's not my problem anymore. Wise words. Very wise words. Yes, and I'll raise you magic isn't real, so there. Listen, just because one of your hands got blown off in a horrible accident involving a makeshift firearm doesn't mean that, you know. Even he'll admit it was a skill issue. Have you ever considered, like, having sturdy hands as an option, or you just want to sit down and whine about how your hand blew up? Because that's you trying to make me feel bad for you. You're not doing a very good job. The sig sales method. Exactly! If your casting speed is too slow, then, you know, you may as well just use a gun. I'm digging through the trash everywhere looking for a revolver cylinder and revolver parts. Can't find either. Classic problem to have over here. Kinda wish that crafting gave you experience, honestly. I understand why it doesn't, but still, would have been kinda cool if it did. Yeah, elves, elves, and their constant drug use. All right. It's just a village of drug addicts. Okay, don't sit down and act like it's anything special. Huh? What's going on over here? What's going on here? The Tatalian Captain Wheeler has some noble orcs who are striking for their rights trapped inside this factory. Captain Wheeler, what can you tell me of him? He's the captain of the Tarantian Guard. He believes the orcs aren't fit to live, let alone have any rights. That's what all this is about. All the orcs want is to unionize. I'm trying to keep this ship from deteriorating into what happened last time. It's a massacre. Captain Wheeler mowed the protesters down with the mechanized gun. It was horrible. I suppose that is why they chose to hold up inside the factory this time, instead of protesting in the open. For Wheeler to get inside, he'd have to sacrifice some men, and that would look bad for him. What happened to Wheeler after he killed the protesters? Nothing! Someone on the council actually wanted to give him a medal! That's incredible. Yes it is, and what is that? You actually have to do things like this to draw their attention to their plight. They feel they cannot affect any change through political ends, and they are seen as expendable beasts. It is all the more the pity as Mr. Thog could be just the man we are looking for. Mr. Thog? Don Thog is leader of the orcs because of his human blood. We can make a case for his rights to unionize for the council. There's never been a case to determine the rights of a half-orc under the law. And a half-orc can pass for human. They usually keep their head down. So that I don't think of them as orcs since they look like orcs. Well, I see some Zog appears to be human. He is unique in that his features have a distinctive orcish cast to them, but instead of making him look like the Dunbrook, it actually gives him somewhat the appearance of a swarthy folk. And I've never met a half-orc with the charisma he has, or near anyone else for that matter. Nothing, I'm afraid. It seems Mr. Thog has reached the end of his days. I have no time to talk. We have a problem on our hands. Labor agitators. What do they want? The orcs are striking for a union again! Won't they ever learn? A look of realization crosses his face. But now that's no excuse for a lack of manners, now is it? I'm Captain Wheeler of the Tarantian Guard. What else can you intend to do here? If I were certain it were possible to do so without the loss of any of my men, I'd raid the factory and kill them all, darn orcs. This is what happens when you employ mindless beasts. Tragic. Exactly! Now, most times they're docile beasts, but it's too easy to get them riled up like Thog has again. Dog? How far? It's a big part of society as his blood would allow. He has taken upon himself to be the champion of the orcs. He lives with them, works with them, and basically refuses to be treated as anything but a full-blooded orc. We need to rid society of his kind for the good of everyone. So what can be done to end this standoff? Without endangering my men, the only thing to do is starve them out. Perhaps I can help. Perhaps I can convince him to surrender. It wouldn't be easy. He's distrustful of me, as there was an incident the last time these beasts rioted. We were forced to get them down to protect the citizens of Torrent. Perhaps if we had to let them know that the members of the press were out here, yes. He could speak to them when he surrenders. That might convince him. Are the members of the press out here? Yes, of course. If you can get him to surrender and lure, convince him to come outside peacefully and to stand up peacefully. They locked themselves in, but the owner gave us the key of the front door. Good luck. Alright, guys. Let's bust a union. What you doing here? Will I send you a speaker or I kill you? I'm here to speak to Mr. Thog to help you. Listen, Buck, you try anything, you be dead. Listen, buddy, I'm not really afraid of you guys. This dark, brooding figure slowly turns to face you. His brutish features somehow accentuate his noble stature rather than detract from it as one would expect. So they finally sent someone to kill me, have they? I'm here to convince you to surrender. Surrender? Deliver my fate into the hands of these narrow-minded oppressors? Not likely. Even were I to survive the experience, which I doubt, it would do nothing to change from the plight of my brothers. We must be heard. There are journalists out front. You could speak with them. Of course, the capital idea. Those muck-breaking fools will print anything to sell a paper. Even the ravings of an insane half-orc. After Realware massacred the last group of protesters, there was an outcry of support for us. Albeit a small one, but any support for us is at all as unheard of before the incident. I'm certain the press would rally behind your cause. They rally behind no cause. They have no point of view. They saved Thorn that will sell newspapers that day. They would just as soon report on me being gunned down in the street as they would print what I have to say. As a matter of fact, they'd prefer me dead in the street. It's more dramatic. Okay, wait, hold on. Okay. If I got Wheeler killed, and then, like, we could spin that into, just another example of, orc on human violence, which is significantly more likely, by the way, than human on orc violence, you know what I mean? I'm just saying, this is just orcs being orcs, alright? What, are you insane? These blooded fools will never listen. I say they die. You are a raving loop. Please leave. I do not need your kind here attempting to start a riot. Goodbye. Dang. Well, is he coming out? Did you convince him to surrender? Not yet. Well, perhaps you'd like to step it up a bit, huh? I'm tired of standing out here. Alright. It's time for us to show you what happens when your kind decide they want to unionize! I'm gonna let that restart, because this is, kind of a problem, actually. Freaking Virgil's in the front!
Seriously hurt, madam. Please help me.
What, you orcs don't like fire? Then here, have all the fire! I got plenty of it! Yeah, I'm at the restart. This looks like a soft block. Good thing I saved before starting this. society they want to unionize. I mean, really, orcs unionizing. What's next? They're gonna ask for basic civil rights? Disgusting. Are you really that naive? This is all set up to where I'm outside. I'm pressing up. So it's planning on killing me. Oh, I came in planning to kill you. I was just toying with you. Okay, this is weird. This is very weird. Look at these brutish things. I'll say I ended up actually, I think I might have ended up angering the guards. Oops. Alright, yep. Bro, what the frick was that? Dude, sounds like over here point blank dodging a freaking machine gun. That's sick. That's freaking sick. Nah, I actually threw a grenade and it actually like grazed a guard. These guys just don't understand what matters most. And what matters most in this world is dead orcs. Hey, we're managing. I swear that one door is gonna cause more damage than anything else is. Did we finally get him out of the room, or? Honestly. Gotta love how those orcs are. They just insist on acting like they're capable of anything other than constant, unending violence. It's almost sad, really. But that's just the world that we live in. Maybe one day they can achieve enlightenment. But that day is not today, unfortunately. Like, obviously the finer revolver is better than the quality revolver, but it's not a massive difference though. What does TH mean? I'm not THs. The riot has concluded, Captain. Thank you for killing Don Thar for us. You've done us the city of Trent a great service. Oh, it was nothing really. I'm just happy to do my part to ensure that Tarrant remains a peaceful and safe society. Especially if that society excludes orcs. Of course not. Why would I ever? For what it's worth, the advocate for the orcs was also a gnome, so you know that's a little bit. That also just helps add to the whole, you know. Why would I want to associate myself with that? No. Who would want to associate themselves with that? I certainly wouldn't. I do my best though. I do my best though. I got money now. Lots of money. Most of the elephant gun is very, very heavy. Actually, if one, I'm curious. Should be able to manage to get the repeater evolve after, but alright, this guy isn't the only thing I'm interested in. Now let's see where this can go.
What is it that you wanted? What type of heal? What is it?
You give Virgil the restore life, because Virgil is the most useful person of the restore life given to. Mostly because he'll actually revive me if I die. Which is useful, as you can imagine. Exceptionally useful. Oh, I thought I had one. Let's see here. There you go. Now I can make flashbangs. Yeah, all I had to do was just figure out why he wasn't able to cast magic, and I figured out why I wasn't able to cast magic. It was mostly my fault, because it wasn't doing it right. Hmm. I wonder what could possibly be in here. Random steam engine. Nothing. Well, that was disappointing. An excuse to kill modestly strong enemies, at least. I just find it funny on this game the ogres are technically more chill and are respected as people than the orcs are. No, like Sog? Sog is just a bro. He's an alcoholic, but he's just a bro. No, we like Sog in this household. Oh, revolver parts. How wonderful. Oh wait, I don't need them anymore. I already got a fine revolver. And that is one fine revolver. Actually, wait. Then you get the Hush revolver, which is an engine muffler with fine revolver, which I'm also just gonna note, suppressing a revolver is fundamentally impossible. Do not know how on earth you suppress a revolver. It's just a classic case of, you know, suppressors don't work like that, right? Because, you know, they don't.
What is it that you want?
You know, though, that's just a little thing that we appreciate in life. I have 6 fate points. And I'm not gonna use a single one of them until the game is over. Or at least basically already over. You'd have to do something really cursed like that, like the freaking magazine fed revolver ideas that I've seen out there. Like, yeah, theoretically it's possible. Functionally, not really a good idea. And even then, most suppressed weapons aren't really worth it because they don't provide enough noise suppression. It's cool mode though so far. I think there were some suppressed gun revolvers, but otherwise not a good idea. Suppressed weapons make it harder for the enemy to pinpoint you. That's what it is. MC is adopting suppressors for the entire inventory. I Yeah, I know that. Just kind of more of a... It doesn't quite hit the same... Like, it's not really as practical as people think it is, though. Like, if you want absolute suppression, you need to also combine it with subsonic ammo, which... Well, that's still a question. I really want to know how the Tarantian sewers got this bad, by the way. Like, this goes beyond the old, you know, somebody flushed a crocodile or whatever down the toilet, and it's just... We're going past that point, you know. We're starting to dip into some real... I don't know what happened here, but I think somebody belongs in prison levels. The Grim Bible at Popeye? I didn't even know about that one. And that is true, there's a lot of impractical guns. The one thing about suppressors that also can never be understated. Suppressors are also a bit closer to just a net positive than most other things are. Like, low-key, you can almost never go wrong with a suppressor. I should probably heal up a bit before this turns into a problem. Should need all that paperwork, by the way, for a suppressor. It really is dumb how much is needed to get us to do a suppressor. Eita. It's like I say, they're just not efficient enough to really warrant all the paperwork as well. Yes, the NFA is dumb. Also a byproduct of Prohibition. Remember, if you want to find something to blame for everything wrong with the world, prohibition. It is prohibition all the way down. Like, you can look at prohibition almost universally and see that, yeah, it's kind of a high key the cause for, like, everything wrong with society in the world. Those guys are pretty lame, honestly. They were out losers. Yeah, pretty much the worst thing ever is generally, you can always, it almost always goes back to older white women who really don't want, who constantly go not in my backyard towards everything. Oh my god, does this thing ever end? Dude, what the frick is this section? I thought I'm gonna get 2 levels if I go down all this. Dude, like, seriously, what even is this?
Are you blind? What in God's... I mean, better luck next time.
You gotta like when sometimes Virgil just breaks his usual adoring fan act and just suddenly starts berating you like he isn't at the bottom of the totem pole. I am your guide. Such a grand and intoxicating innocence. You can't insult a guide. It's very uncouth. It's extremely uncouth. Take up for a moment. Look, as far as Virgil is concerned, I am his god. I don't make the rules. I just follow him. Don't get that ghost slime on you after the kill. I hear it stains. Oh no! I hope I don't have to go in any areas of the black light. That'd be very embarrassing. Ugh. Also, once again, I just need to mention it. I am very excited for the next Barney update. You don't understand. It was one of the spooky slime demons underneath the Turrentine sewers. There's context. Important context. I would never. Dude, these sewers are freaking big. Like, what in the world? It just keeps going. I actually think I might unironically get like 2 levels if I clear this out. Unironically. I might end up actually just straight up getting two extra levels out of this. Virgil, stop trying to use your fake magic to heal me, okay? It doesn't work. Never once has it ever worked. And you're gonna sit down and be like, oh, dude, don't worry, I'll just shut up, it doesn't work. Like, seriously, magic is fake. Alright, the only place where wizards are ever appropriate to appear is R9K and children's birthday parties. But they can only appear at one or the other, ever. Because I'm pretty sure if you appear in R9K, you belong on a list. Diablo, you have a nice night. Sleep well. Oh man! Guys! We found sewer migraine cure! Let's go! We found medicine in the sewer! Also, crazy how the robots can't go through shutters. I'm not surprised, just, you know. Notable. So apparently cold shots are in this game. I'm gonna be honest, I actually think this game probably would have been better if it featured the same cold shot system from Fallout. Because the way the system works in this game is apparently a hotkey, but like there's nothing on the UI for it. It's like you can shoot, like, I think it's arms, legs, or heads. But it's hotkey, so you don't really feel it at all. I am partially somewhat disappointed by the fact that it doesn't exist or isn't available in a easily accessible form.
That's the way to show those bastards.
I mean, if you don't provide the UI elements for literally everything for me, what am I gonna do? I'm a modern gamer. I need UIs for everything. I need a 15-minute long tutorial for you to explain to me the intricacies of. I don't know, but something else is somebody. Somebody came through here. They made a lot of money. Yeah, I know. I need like a yellow paint, like a line of yellow paint to show me where my next objective is. At all times. You guys remember the clairvoyance spell from Skyrim? It's like one of those things where like I really half the time it never worked. Like, it's one of the earliest spells that you get in the game. And it basically does nothing. I still don't understand it personally. Like, who on Todd's green earth decided to make a spell that just adds yellow paint to everything? And like, the only times that you would have been like, hey, this could have actually been kind of cool, doesn't actually do anything. You know what the clairvoyance spell was? It was just an extension of the arrow on your compass showing you where you're supposed to go next. That is all the clairvoyance spell was. Fleshy mound. That's what this enemy's called. Oh God, he is coming this way. I'm scared. I'm scared. And you know what the weird thing is? It's like one of those things where, like, if the game doesn't give you a quest marker, clairvoyance does nothing. And I'm just over here thinking, wouldn't it be cool if, like, imagine if clairvoyance added quest markers to quests that don't normally have quest markers. Like, what if, okay, here's a good one. Like, what if we're doing, like, the Stones of Baron Zaya quest line? And it would actually show you where the stones are when you used the spell. Like, wouldn't that have been an otherworldly concept? I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Wait, what this? Why does it play the noise? Does it do the thing? Why does it play the noise? Anyway, sub minimum I need a repeater rifle for like half the stuff I want to get, so it doesn't matter. Okay, wait, so then there's a Tesla gun. At what level do you get Tesla rods, actually? It's pretty late in that, actually. Basically gotta get a doctorate in electrical engineering in order to get that weapon. There's also the rifled cannon, which technically I do have the stuff for. Right, charge accelerator gun. Do you just buy the charged accelerator gun, or do you have to make that another? Wait, so is the charged accelerator gun just a railgun? There's the question of the day. Is it basically just a railgun? Yeah, but I think there's supposed to be a limit to how much you're allowed to do with some of your companions.
What is it that you want of me? What can I...
no limit. There's no limit. Never mind. Okay, so like, what if I had like Virgil? I put Virgil at 19 intelligence. Have him forsake all of his religion and make him an electrician. That is a valid option. In my personal opinion, I'm happy this patch exists, because honestly, this... Like, let's be honest, the fact that like half the blueprints require you to basically already be maxed out and stuff is kinda dumb. Actually, wait a second. So if you unlock the Mind Marvel, how much does that increase your intelligence by? Because, I mean, you know, that realistically, I should be able to, like, use the Mind Marvel. And that way you don't have to actually get the maxed out intelligence. Hold on, I need to check some stuff. Okay, so my Marvel... Okay, that's a lot of therapeutics. It's like... I'd need like four or five therapeutics books. Actually, I think it'd be straight up 5 therapeutics books.
What is it that you wanted?
I don't feel like going that far with it.
What can I answer for you?
I will, however, put him at 17, so I don't have to really think too hard about how much points to put in other stuff. Because I'm gonna make the assumption that the Mind Marvel, like, puts him at, what is it, like, level... What's it called? You know what? I often forget about this stuff anyways. I'll just get a melon. We'll just get a melon. That way I'll forget about it later and it won't matter. I've done this before, don't worry. Ah, congratulations, Anarchy. You made it to lunch. That's half the battle over, at least. Unless you get first lunch break, then most of the battle has yet to be fought. I always like getting last lunch break, or no lunch break, whichever comes first. After all, food is the enemy, because it costs money. I'm gonna play the gas station time thing. I hope it's not too much of a loss. No, I suppose I wouldn't blame you for wanting to work a more humble job. Based on what I've been hearing, at least. Oh Lord, they coming. They coming. everywhere. Like they're just stomping around. Didn't sign up to this and not fight inside is taking fee, so that's fair, by the way. Like seriously. Like in my opinion, you should not feel like you have to sacrifice your best years for nothing. Man, you can use those newly acquired hours for basically anything at this point. You know, the best part about this is, genuinely, I can actually see myself getting lost in here. And that part, and that does actually kind of worry me a little bit. Maybe that's a sign I should probably turn around. I didn't expect the lower sewage to turn into such a gauntlet. Jeez. It's actually a bit worrisome. I don't want to risk losing getting too lost after all. So this is why the exit scroll exists. things that they are the hardest thing to sacrifice because you kind of have to sacrifice your entire social life if they're asking you to work nights. I can't possibly agree more that there is no greater ask that your company can give you than to basically ask you to throw away your social life for them. Ten-hour shifts also should only be acceptable if you work if you only work like 4 days a week. Cause it's an ask. It's a lot to ask of a person. And make sure that when you leave, they know whose fault it is. Because then, no one can hurt you anymore. You're free. Okay, let's hope that there's something I can work with here, because we might have issues going forward. The good news first off is that I have some resources. God. Let's see, is there anything else I can work with? Do I have any poison? I do not have any poison. a gross miscalculation on my part. Yes, good. Move ahead, Virgil. Make way for our allies who will no doubt save us in our time of need. Oh god, their popping is awful. I like how the AI in this game is explicitly designed in such a way that they will always gang up on a single enemy. And this applies for both allies and enemies. I think I found the end of the dungeon. Or at least the official end of the dungeon. That manhole clearly wasn't welded shut enough. Is there really nothing in this room? No map of the sewers, no nothing. Just an empty room. A bunch of magic stuff, no matter it's down with the trash and the sewage, of course. If it can't be used to kill all of my enemies, I don't want it. The Americans are welcome, Steven. Katsui Tanaki. Hope you have a night. Hope work isn't too bad. Welcome, Silly Hostel. I hope work didn't treat you too bad today. profitable right there. I got a lot of junk to sell. And I also got the stuff so I can make a repeater. And I also learned how to make a repeater rifle. That's right. I just got my what's it called? My associates in gunsmithing. Imagine if you could go to college to get a doctorate in gunsmithing. That would be a cool profession. Instead, you people want to do stupid, lame stuff like marine biology. The only magic I need is the magic of science. It's the only magic I can rely on. Because we're playing as like a redditor or something. What? A doctorate in accounting? Who on earth is trying to sell you a doctorate in accounting? That sounds like worse than useless. And I mean that when I say it, by the way. It's like on the level of like, they're asking you to get a doctorate in something that I don't even think you regularly need a doctorate in. And that's like on the level of you got the doctorate just so you can tell people, just so people have to call you doctor. You know, just so that you can be, you know, they can be like, mister, you are a terrible, awful person. Then you gotta correct them and be like, doctor. That's Mr. Dr. Professor Patrick to you. You know what? I see no loss here. You should have gone for it, honestly. I think you should have gone for it. Become the Mr. Dr. Professor everybody tells you couldn't be. Oh god. 19 speed. I wonder if I can finally shoot 3 times with this. Also, by the way, the repeater rifle is basically one of those revolver rifles, and it is as ugly as you can possibly imagine. Any kind of gun just kind of haphazardly thrown together. Successful marriage of the rifle and the pistol combination of the repeater rifle. By combining a revolver chamber with the stability of a hunter rifle's longer stock, this weapon is perfect for both professional and casual use. With increased range, the users ensure greater performance in battling magical beasts and hooligans. Fantastic! I like how almost all these just end with fantastic! Astounding! Wait, it's the same as the fun revolver though. I feel cheated in a way. I'm still waiting for the flamethrower to appear. I really want the flamethrower. I think I have the skills for it. Maybe. Possibly. I can only play the game on one day, bestow upon me a flamethrower. Something truly worthy of the immense effort I've been putting in to become good at making gun. I wanna make gun. I want to make gun. But they won't let me make gun. Cause the gun is too. It's always, you'll blow up your fingers this and you'll shoot your eye out that, but I still want gun. $734 coins for an elephant gun. Let's sock around that for the time being, because I need to save the weight, but it's like... I like the bee gun, but I don't have the... I don't have the stats for it. It's too heavy of a gun. It's too big a gun. I got skinny arms. Ooh, dog dead! Yeah. Please give me today's newspaper. I agree, noble sir. Alright, let's see if they got my likeness correct. Let's see. Throg dead! The city can rest easy now, says Wheeler. An unknown here... Already they didn't credit me! An unknown hero finally killed the infamous Don Throg after years of his disrupting of our fair city with his illegal protests and calls for equality. Throg, who has been linked to several flare-ups to violence between protesters and the guard, was considered public enemy #1 by the Industrial Council. It's high time that lowlife got what he deserved, said Captain Wheeler, who was in charge of the detachment that had trapped Throg inside a warehouse, where the unidentified killer struck. As usual, Counselor Babcock was the only hand to declare the necessary use of violence against such hooligans. What we have witnessed here today is the death of a journalist-created monster. He was in reality simply trying to gain for his people what we all want. Respect and our rights, Mr. Babcock continued. In this vein, for sometime. But the supporter refuses the subject that raised any more of his dribble. It's nice to see. It's nice to see justice unfolding. Don't worry. Someone asked the orcish question, and I provided the orcish solution. Exactly. I'm just disappointed that I didn't, that they didn't credit me. After all, you should always credit an artist's work. Okay, Stonecutter Clan. Wah. Bah! Sheesh. Among other things, I'm really pretty happy I get to be able to go to the store tomorrow. Because I haven't been able to really go anymore. Because of stuff. Haven't been able to leave the house at all. It's been kind of rough, honestly. Been kind of in survival mode the past few days. Let's see, was there anything else in here? I could have sworn that I found the opposite of the Mind Marvel in here. No, it's nothing like that. It's more of a, I don't normally stock up too on food because it's kind of, well, I don't like talk about, this, it's kind of expensive and it's hard to justify doing, and also I really don't like leaving the house, so it didn't really affect me too much. It's just more of like a, well, I don't think I've had a very good meal in a couple of days. Didn't eat much yesterday, and I admit I haven't eaten it all today. But we're kind of out of stuff in general right now, so it's, hopefully we're able to get to, I'm able to run by the store tomorrow to pick some stuff up, though. While also eating after work. I never do so intentionally in Sailing Hostel. It's just very easy for me to forget. And it can be a bit expensive. Ironically, that's kind of why I was disappointed I wasn't able to go to work today. Because I know I at least get free food there. Nah, there it is. Why do you guys really have a thing for being in the closet, by the way? Oh my god, it's that kind of village of dwarves. Don't worry. I plan on it. It's less of a, it's typically less of a can't and more of a, or less of a refuse to, and it's more of like a, I either can't slash just kind of forget sometimes. Thank you for the 19, for the C-Pod dipster. I plan to. It's just like one of those things I can't guarantee is gonna happen easy. Frag gun? Seriously, I question what the point is of the Wheel Clan. They're just kinda out there. Existing. can take it to McDonald's. I got much better struggle food I can eat. And also, McDonald's is one of those things where it's kind of like, fried food doesn't really agree with me most of the time. Like, it's not like a guaranteed, like, you know, I'm gonna feel sick after eating, but it's like a, you know, kind of up in the air. Can go either way. Though it's hard to tell for sure if it's psychological or not. Problem with ramen is too, ramen's not calorie dense enough. Like, ramen is like one of those things where, like, it borders on eating just to eat. And I know that's a really weird thing to talk about, but that really is the best way I can describe ramen. I would like to go to one of the ramen places in town though one of these days. We got a couple of those in town that I'd love to go visit one of these days because I do really like ramen. Bread and peanut butter. Nah, usual struggle meal that we do, at least that I did growing up. Let's go. Tuna fish casserole. My mom always made really good tuna fish casserole, so that was kind of one of those things that we just ate a lot. It's like one of those things that makes you feel full very quickly. And it does decent bit. Stuff doesn't change daily. I'm a pretty toon girl. How about try the cemetery? Oh, he's dead, isn't he? Might have to go back up to the Shiler guys and ask them for a favor. P. Shiler! I need another exorcism! Or wait, no, reverse exorcism. Let's just see here. Hall of Records. I didn't get the plan for the series in the torrent. It's compensation information I'm sure of which is flying up. There are others at the bottom of the more unscrupulous choice. Say, understood. How about I stay? looking individual. Renford A. Tarwilling Williger. My apologies, there does not seem to be an individual by that name in Trent. Would it be possible to check the records further back? 50 to 100 years ago. Oh, good news! Renford A. Tillinger, human born unknown, died 1804 here in Torrent. Well, this would explain why you are unable to locate him living in Torrent. Do you wish for me to retrieve his obituary? Yes, please. Ah, yes, here we are. 5/11/1804, Renford A. Tillinger, author of Sinang, Horror Among the Dark Elves, was found dead in his home today. His death appears to have occurred among mysterious circumstances. The authorities are calling for further investigation. Oh my, what a dreadful incident. You know a little too much about the gnomes. I was thinking of going in the direction of looking for his book. I guess we can check the library, see if that takes us anywhere. Alternatively, we can maybe look for more books on questionable things. Seems there's nothing in here. Hey, Mr. Librarian. Do you have Senang, Horror Among the Dark Elves? Does the library have it? Do you know who the author would be? Renford A. Tarwilliger. I'm sorry, but I was not able to find Senang, Horror Among the Dark Elves. However, I did find another book that may be of interest to you. What book would that be? The book is titled The Curse of Senang. It appears to be a book about the redemption boy. Sounds interesting, great. Check it out, yes, of course. Hey, look, we found the book about the book you're looking for. Does that count? Let's see here. In the following pages, I, Kendrick Wells, will attempt to explain the plainest words possible the mystery surrounding Renford A. Tarwilliger and his controversial work known as Horror Among the Dark Elves. Many of the stories I will present to you are both strange and frightening, but I will give you my word as the author and a scholar that they are the truth. Evil Bird! Welcome, Miss Raven! I hope it's a joke. I don't want anybody to go that way. That's like peak modern day. We don't have the book, we have the spark notes for the book. Well, you didn't just read the spark notes? Come on, who do you think you are? Like an actual reader? It's gonna be like that one episode of the Twilight Zone. You, sir, are a reader! That was a wild episode of the Twilight Zone. I think about that one sometimes. Like, you just have this guy as an autistic obsession with the ability to read. Or with reading. But it was just kind of wild. And then, like, the apocalypse happens. And then, like, he finally gets peace and quiet and can read alone. And... What do you mean, Gaiden? But then the twist happens, and then his glasses break. And then he's just like, it's just not fair. Check it out. Uh-huh. Hold on a sec. I had no clue what you mean by that one. By that one, Gibson. I mean, I agree. This is pretty good. This is pretty good. You know, this is a pretty good expression. Still. Some Ben drama others day of thirst. Speaking of thirst, you know what? Insanely hostile. Mood. Sometimes in life, reading is a chore, like any other. Oh, great. Anyways, I'll be back. Arcane is having some issues and I need to go grab some water anyway, so I'll be back in like a minute. I'm back. Sorry about that. Okay, it looks like Arcanum does not want to. Oh, there you go. Okay, I'm gonna drop a save before I. This again, so I gotta take a thing out there. Okay. And then you get the game back up again. You know what? That's a fair statement, Gibson. That's a fair statement. I'm definitely gonna need more smug looks. Thank you for hydrating. I have been. What's the opposite of like, what's the drinking equivalent of starving yourself? Don't let myself dry out, jeez. See, many of the stories I've listened to are both strange and frightening, but I give you my word as an author and a scholar that they are the truth. Decide yourself after the facts are presented whether or not you dare to believe them. Renford A. Terwilliger. I hate some of it. I'm gonna be honest, some of the last names in this dehydrated is the byproduct of it. We're talking about the intentional refusal to drink. Dehydration, isn't it? In 1750, his fabled trip to the Glimmering Forest was made in 1768, his 18th year. He was indeed, as per this book, accompanied by an elven tracker named Jan Binal. Records housed in the Scranton Zoological Society validate this fact. Mr. Bennell has never heard from nor seen again after this expedition. As was Terwigler's account of his adventures in the elven city of Clintara, or I suppose he discovered the mystical Tsinang, no one can be sure. Most scholars and collectors of literature assume Mr. Terwigler's book is the work of fiction, and as such, fantastical literature was all the rage at the time. I might be inclined to agree. Yet one must look upon the events following the publication of Horror Among the Dark Elves to see that he was very well may have found something deep within the glimmering that was never ever meant to be found. There were very few copies of the book ever published. Records concerning the initial print run are scarce. It is believed that no more than 100 were ever released to the public. 4 days after the book was shipped to Tarantian bookstores, the factory that printed it was burned to the ground. The owner of Mr. Jeremiah Gomez. Oh my god. Oh man, my favorite fantasy race. Mexicans. The best fantasy race. Wait, isn't that just the current D&D orcs? Anyways, was found in his home, brutally murdered by a unknown assailant. The 4 bookstores that had purchased the volume for sale in Trance suffered the same fate. Only 15 copies of the book were sold before the final store was destroyed. Those 15 copies became immediate collector's items. Enormous sums of money were paid for the remaining volumes. After a few months, the books had fallen into various respected collections across Arcanum. Each and every one of the owners of the books began to complain of strange happenings since the book was in their possession. All of them told of frightening noises and visions, shadowy figures following them wherever they went, unexplained illnesses, and untimely deaths. Many attributed this to paranoia, a trite brand of sensationalism to create an even greater demand for the book. Unfortunately, their fears were all too justified. All of them were dead within 5 years of the initial publication, their volumes either stolen, burned, or disfigured beyond recognition. Indeed, they had suffered what came to be known as the Curse of Senang. Mr. Terwilliger, strangely enough, lived a relatively long life, cursed in his own way to witness the evil fruits of his labors. He saw himself as the cause of these horrors and wrote extensively of it within his memoirs. The following is an excerpt from them, only days before he died in his sleep. I will never forgive myself for what I have unleashed upon the world. Had I the courage, I would travel again to the Glimmering and unleash holy vengeance upon these evil creatures that have plagued our fair land and its peoples. Alas, I no longer have the strength nor the power, and now there is only my own end that I pray for every day. Until just a few short months ago, it was thought that there were no remaining copies of Horror Among the Dark Elves. After an exhaustive investigation, I found this is not at all the case. The last copy of the book, owned by famed book collector Mr. Philip Misk, was thought to have perished with its owner in a fire almost 50 years ago. Now, with new evidence presented by a reliable source, I have discovered that Mr. Misk's son, Victor Misk of Caledon, still has the copy in his possession and is hiding it for fear that the curse will again visit his family. I pray that the evil let loose in the Glimmering has finally been put to rest, and pray Mr. Misk and his family avoid the fate that has befallen every soul who has challenged the curse of Senang. Alright, but Caledon it is! Remember, reading is an essential skill. I learned the secret Mexican lore. I know too much now. They're going to come after me. have no clue. All I know is I get raid Mexican and is in the Minecraft. Reading was never given. Man, that's rough. That's rough. I want to talk about stereotypes. Brazilian and no idea how many people come randomly in my DMs to ask if I have a big butt. Is that a stereotype? Interesting. Well, I can knock it a whole 3 shots off, so that's cool. Oh yeah, the Brazilian butt lift. I hear it's a very dangerous surgery and kinda recommended you don't get it though. Cause, you know. A lot of the doctors that do it are kinda sus. I forgot to buy more bullets. That's what Kim Kardashian I think got. Because according to the lore, she used to just be flat, so I don't know. You know, I'm not convinced that blinding your enemies doesn't really do much in this game. I'm gonna be honest. Never got good results out of blinding my enemies. It's pure genetics. But it does doesn't help that I hear that apparently after a while it smells. Again, my understanding of it. Because after a while, you eventually end up in that one-sided YouTuber or whatever. It's just like, hey, you want to do some ungodly things to yourself because you have problems? That's common. Because deep down inside, we all hate ourselves. I got no clue there either, honestly. From what I've seen, it generally looks unnatural. Which, I guess if that's what you're going for, but like... I presume most of the time you people tend to prefer going natural at these things. But hey, listen. We don't judge. Verbally. This is why I stick with guns, much simpler. Much simpler. And it's a way out in an emergency. Wait, do I already have the rifle cannon or... Hold on, what do I have there? Is it... Yes, I have the rifle cannon. Do not need you. Pretty much. Regardless. Selling the rifled cannon again? Seriously? Wait, okay, frequency. It's like 500 something hours, right? Nobody needs to be able to shoot that many bullets anyways. No one needs to be able to throw a spear that far. I pity the fools who have spent their lives thinking that, not being able to, not thinking, not wanting to throw a spear over 100 meters. Look, it needs to be banned. You don't want anybody to be able to just throw a spear that far. Look, banning the atlatl is a completely acceptable thing. Has to be done. It's the only way to keep the tribe safe. At least it needs to be regulated. Man, imagine how gun laws must have been back in ancient times. You know, the chieftain is just over here trying to ban people from making too many arrowheads. Now I decides to put a ban on napping flint. No one should ever need that many arrowheads, after all. You don't need more than 2 spears, like seriously. If you can't take down a mammoth with your bare hands, frankly, you're just not a man. Honestly. You're just not a man. You're too weak. I'm gonna be honest, that was one of those tropes that I saw was kinda dumb. Like, when you have like a guy who's just like, you know, he starts being like a freaking jerk about it, and it's like, he's immediately like, a real man doesn't need to use a gun. It just has you just like, what? And what's that supposed to mean, huh? Also, I'm gonna be honest, if you have to choose between dying to a gun and getting curb stomped, I think most normal people choose the gun. Now listen, Brigador, you're not gonna leave me astray, right? You would never leave me astray. You would never tell me to commit federal crimes just for the love of the game, right? Never, right? You'd never. No, I know that charcoal and saltpeter are actual ingredients for for gunpowder, but what are the other? There's one more I know of, though. Was it sulfur? I genuinely know nothing about how the armor damage system works in this game, by the way. It really just feels totally random to me. The lizard people at the Elven Forest are too free too. You already have 29 pairs of Argonian leather boots. You know Argonian leather's gotta be like the highest quality too. The highest of quality leather. It's a good thing these guys are so anti-technology that they wouldn't even... Like, even if you needed a, like, even, door locks, they don't even have those over here. The people of Durnholm are so backwards. That is apparently the lore of this place. It's so backwards. Doesn't matter. How hard you try. These guys will never know prosperity. Since attachment really could have dragon is tree marks when in despair. When he returns, we shall see what player has to say for himself. The unwise man uses their break. Ah, fair, Anarchy. Well, I hope that you make good use of your current break. Your kind of, sort of, but not really break. Ooh, my daughter has chosen to take up with August Fard, Prince of Ireland, against my wishes. Tell me more. I fear my harshness has driven her away. She refuses to communicate with me. You'd like me to get a word with her? Yes, I believe she is living in the Caledon capital of Ireland. With the prince, will you help? Of course, how could I not? May the gods bless my lady, he thinks for a moment. I believe she must have taken one of the ships to get to Caledon. Perhaps you should start by speaking with one of my dock workers. They may have some information for you. Okay, I guess you're going to Caledon. Let's go! And in turn, this also resolves our own problem. I definitely do hope the Maximilian plotline goes somewhere as well. Because I do admit, I feel like it'd be interesting if it went somewhere. You know, because I actually went somewhere and... You know, grabbed the guy. And now they're over, and they sent some knights over the Isle of Despair, and they're putting a bag over his head as we speak. Am I seriously gonna have to go? Somewhere else to look for a stupid boat. I'm not to walk all the way to Trent. Just gonna get a stupid boat. I hate it. I hate walking all the way across the country just so I can get on a stupid boat. They always ask me to get on a stupid boat. I like how these guys are so anti-technology, but they don't care when I'm running around in my tech armor. Honestly, this gun's really expensive to use. I kind of question whether or not it's actually worth it. Like, the cost is really high. It costs 2 bullets to fire. Rather than the usual one. Flying machine armor's quilt. Apparently the devs are very sad that the newspapers didn't really get too much attention. And you know what? In all honesty, I like when games feature newspapers. I just think it's neat. Makes the world feel more alive in a way. Besides, the big gun I really want to get right now is the flamethrower. Or the Tesla gun. See if I'm able to scrounge up first. No, for what it's worth, the Tesla gun seems very expensive.
What is it that you want of me?
But think if I do things right. If I end up back over in Cumber, I might be able to, go over in Darnholm. I might be able to snag this stuff for... Might. Big might. Be able to snag the stuff. Because I'm thinking, okay, I can go grab the lady over there who's really good with this stuff. But I'll see the looking glass rifle. I guess she could theoretically make it as well, but... We'll figure it out, we'll figure it out. You know that boat on the ground there kind of looks like you're supposed to be able to interact with it. But I guess not. Passenger costs you 100 coin a head. I don't feel like tearing down my robot buddies. It must be offline. Oh yeah, no, me and my 2 robots. Me, my robot friends, and okay, that makes sense actually. I don't like it, but it makes sense. Fine, passage for 6. It's expensive. A new city, a new world for me to experience. Why does this look a lot like Torrent? The Mushroom Inn? Wait a second. Have I been here before? Was there a random Torrent newspaper on the floor, on the ground? Why the church murder strikes again? Any information the citizens of Caledon could provide would be greatly appreciated. Chief Inspector Henderson told the force today we will use whatever means necessary to catch this heinous killer. This is the second time the police are beginning to fear will become a string of murders and the madman responsible is not brought to justice soon. Details the police have shared with the public are scarce, but we know the killer seems to have a preference for ladies of the night, as it were. This does not mean the public can rest easy, Chief Inspector Henderson continued. Who knows when the murderer will tire of easy prey and begin seeking out our wives and daughters. Any citizen with information pertaining to the case should be contact Chief Inspector at 5 Saints Avenue immediately. That is a welcome. Oh, hello, Cutso. Oh, I did not recognize you at first glance. Tell me, have you known any news of Dudley? I'm sorry to say I haven't run across him in my travels. Well, I gave you my most thanks for keeping an eye out for the chap. I can only hope that he decided to go home and did not feel it necessary to inform me. Nod head in acknowledgement. Remember, when you see the bartender, you gotta, you nod your head in acknowledgement. Let him know that you mean business. Can you direct me to the home of Victor Misk? The Misk residence is at 9 Grey Wolf Terrace. I've read that these underground is quit the operation you're in Caledon. Okay, oh, hey! Let's see the bicycle here. Let us barter. This guy's wearing the same armor as I'm wearing. Except mine's higher quality. Actually, mine probably is higher quality because, fun fact, there is a difference between the machine plate that you make yourself and the machine plate you find on NPCs. When you make it yourself, it is significantly better. A freshly filled grave, huh? Look, a dwarf. I wonder what manner of shenanigans he misguided.
Just be a moment.
Bring in Shulfus, the gravekeeper for some circa. This doesn't sound like a very dwarven name. It's not. You see, I grew up in Caledon, and although I have a true dwarven name, my family doesn't care at all for the ancient dwarven history. We're city dwarves and proud of it. The family name was changed generations ago. I'm a Stillburn, just the place where Caledon brings her dead. I've been working here 80 years and I've seen a lot of bodies come and go, stories I could tell. Wait. Did we lose? Did we lose Virgil? Oh, there he is.
Oh, I'm sorry. I had something to do here. I'm ready to go when you are.
What are you doing here? Whose grave is this?
Nothing. This is someone I used to know. Many years ago. I just thought I should stop by and pay my respects.
Lawrence Berman. Is he a friend of yours?
Lawrence was my friend. We grew up together. In Tarant, actually. Our families moved to Caledon when we were older. He died in an accident. Terrible accident. I don't want to talk about it. Please, let's just be on our way. I'm sorry, well, forget it. Perhaps another time.
Well, that's depressing. I freaking hate this. It says freshly filled grave unlocked. I could just walk up and like, but like, there's no way I don't get in trouble for that. I'm in till night. I'll wait till night. I'll wait till night. a gun store here. They wanna find exotic guns. Doesn't look like it, honestly. Seems like there's a lot of rich people living in this town. Looks like Virgil grew up pretty bougie. They got a zoo? We're going to the zoo. We're going to the zoo. We're going to the zoo. I see a zoo. I found the zoo. Need to go. Zoo, 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 zoo. And they got a prison right next to the zoo. How amusing. See, they got timber wolves. I've killed those before. Prodigious vermin, killed one of those before. Greater spider, killed one of those before. Sewer slitherer, killed one of those before. Forest ape. And I don't think I've ever got one of these before. Tiger. They have tigers? I killed a grizzly bear once. What is this place? So this is Caledon's high security dungeon. Here resides Caledon's most notorious criminals. Now be gone, lest we make you one of our guests. How about the Caledonian Telegraph Office of Beauty? Would you care to send a telegram, perhaps? No, not today. I'm good. I'm good. Maybe. Name Sam Longwell. This is the Caledonian branch of the Office of the Tarantian. Doesn't Caledon have its own newspaper? Don't even know. Anything of importance happens here is covered in the Tarantian, and the Tarantian name sells papers worldwide. Well, if I tell me news, I'll be sure to bring it here. Mature gnome city dweller. offer my assistance. Oh, but I do not think you can help the fact that my partner is an imbecile. Like that ex-partner. You two are partners? What happened? What happened? I'll tell you what happened. I chose the wrong business partner, that's whatever, but everyone warned me. Don't go into business with a halfling, they said. They're only going to be asking for trouble, they said. Listen. Based on what I know about halflings, they will eat you out of house and home. They'll have minimal hesitation and they will just, they eat like too much. Too much. Didn't work out. We worked together for years. He had a small gardening business. Nothing fancy, but it paid the bills. I never let Terry handle any of the financial work. Took care of that myself. I was so stupid to trust him with the last transaction. What did you do? I decided to retire, so we put our equipment up for sale. It wasn't long before I found an interested party. I had to go to Toronto on business. I left Terry with explicit instructions on what was and wasn't an acceptable price. So what did you get for them? Beans! He sold their 2 ools for 3 supposedly magical beans. I didn't believe him at first, but I've seen the receipt. It's true. The tool should have bought in 2,000 coin at least, but no. Not with this blithering idiot in charge. Have you had them checked for magic? Checked? Are you insane? Who's ever heard of magic beans? Listen, man, there's a lot of things people do for beans! Beans! Think about it, right? Don't worry, Xenomorphica. Tomorrow. Oh, wait, no. Tomorrow is still XCOM night. Xenonaut tonight. But on Friday, we'll be playing Barney. And there, we shall engage in no murder. Maybe. No. We should have read the lies they told him. Been in the family for generations, had great powers. Created by some ancient wizard. What a crock. I mean, not exactly hurting for money. You know what? I'll buy them off ya. 1,000. You wanna buy them? Terry, I found a bigger idiot than you. I don't think it's possible. You can't be serious. Do you want the coin or not? Oh, you're too much. Well, you got yourself a deal. Here, take them. So I got some magic beans. Can they be eaten? Maybe I can go find a wise woman and ask her to identify them for me. Maybe that could work. Look, all I'm saying is I had money. I kind of have money to burn, and 1,000 gold isn't that much to me anyways. Look, if I want to make... If I want to make that money back, it's not that hard. I just want to know so to look at my magic beans. I want to make sure. I just saved those guys' financials. Almost somebody to see if my magic beads actually work. And that's near. An empty chest. Oh, present. It exists, all I can say there. Oh, it's part of the inn. That's kind of nice, actually. You get your own little house there. It's like renting an apartment overnight. It's kind of cool, actually, in a way. Alright, 9 Grey Wolf Tourists. I think I've done enough for the moment. Oh, wait, maybe I can take the magic beans to an arbalist. Nah. Doesn't know what the magic beans do. Listen. I agree we should kill all the gnomes. Problem is that takes time, and time is money. May I ask you a few questions, let's see. Where can I find Mr. Victor Misk? You haven't heard? Oh, I see. Perhaps you have to speak with Miss Misk. She's in the parlor. Oh, that doesn't sound good. The pleasure. Might I ask who you are? Just checking you for... I'm Lillian Misk, wife of the late Victor Misk. The late Mr. Misk? He's dead? Yes, he just recently passed. You put him in the ground not 4 days ago. I'm very sorry for your loss, man. Have you a moment? Certainly. Could I ask you about Horror Among the Dark Elves? What would you like to know about the book? Do you still have a copy of it? No. Up until the last 2 weeks, Victor carried it on his person at all the time. Then one day, he came home and told us he had it hidden somewhere only he and his old dad would know. We all thought it was very strange, but by then there wasn't much about Victor that wasn't. He drowned. They found him down by the docks, washed up onto the shore. We hadn't seen him for days, but he had been that way for the past few months. What do you mean, that way? Victor became unbalanced. In the last few months of his life, he began having delusions, frequent anxiety attacks, ever since they released that cursed book. You mean The Curse of Sinang by Kendrick Wales? Yes! Once the book was released here in Caledon, he became convinced he was going to be the next victim of that so-called curse. I tried to comfort him, to tell him that it was all an author's conjecture, but he wouldn't listen. He would say they got my old dad, now they're coming for me. Have his funeral. At the Caledon Cemetery. It's northwest of here, near the Panari Temple. Was there anyone strange at the funeral? Not that I remember. There were a few of our old friends, the servants, and some family. How did it get out that Victor still owned a copy? I don't know. We had kept it secret for so very long. Only Victor and I knew, as well as some of our servants, but none of them had ever would ever have said anything. They're like family to us. We've treated them so well. Perhaps Mr. Wells paid one of them a hefty sum for the information? Yes, I know. We did ask all of them. But all of them denied any complicity in the matter. I trust the mob, and besides, there's no proof to the contrary. I suppose I'd be grateful if someone would look into the matter. Any help be appreciated. The servants are around the house. Feel free to speak with them. You half-orc. I know you did it. Let's see, Yes, I am Brenda, the maid. She seems to struggle with her words. She's a thick orcish accent. Oh, boy. Oh, dude. It's one of those sleeps in separate beds relationships. That's the real tragedy. Let's see, might I ask you a few questions, Brenda? I had some questions about the Curse of Sinang. Why you ask about that bad book? The book dried on Mr. and Mrs. desk, and I wanted to talk about it. I'm investigating the matter for Mrs. Misk. What do you want to know? Do you know how Mr. Wells found out about Mr. Misk had the book? No, I know nothing about that. I mean, I love Mr. and Mrs. Misk. I never do anything to hurt them. She seems flustered, unable to find the words. You seem awfully defensive about it, Brenda. If that is your real name. She looks back and forth, stammering. I already talked to police. I never hurt, ever. Anger flashes in her eyes. Leave me alone. I don't want to talk about it anymore. I'm sure we'll be seeing one another again, Brenda. Good day. I know a criminal when I see one. Hello, Wesley. Have you a moment? I have some questions about that book of Mrs. Wales. His eyes widened slightly. You mean the Curse of Sinang? That rubbish? I'm surprised you'd have the audacity to mention the name of it in this house. Especially knowing what it did to Mr. Misk. Forgive me, but I'm looking into the matter for Mrs. Misk. Are you insinuating that I have something to do with that? I didn't say that, Wesley. Perhaps you might be able to help me. Good. I've been a loyal servant to the Misks for many years. I'd hate to think that Mrs. Misk didn't trust me any longer. Is there anything you know that might help me? He looks around, lowering his voice. I'm not one to talk bad about people, but if you're searching for a place to begin your search, I'd go no further than Brenda the maid. She may not look it, but she's a half-orc. You just never know. Oh, trust me. I know orcish features when I see them. Is there anything else you can tell me? I'll do my best to see. Let's see. Oh. Master Carrington, 25 dragons from about God.
What is it that you want of me?
Alright, well, clearly there may be some issues here. Actually, let's go visit the Panari Temple. See if there's anything I can do over there. Bonnie, welcome. How's it even? I guess this is Arcanum. It's a pretty good game in my opinion. It's like the original Fallout. The sixth one looks ancient. The pages are run parchment of gold. Cover says Arcanum. Greetings. In the name of Noxidin, welcome to the first Panai Temple here in Caledon. How may I be of service? And who may you be? I'm an acolyte in the Panai Church, studying to become an elder one day. Right now, I'm here watching over the temple while the first acolyte, Alexander, is away. Where's the first acolyte? It is not for someone as lowly as I to know where the first acolyte spends his time. I am not to question, only to serve the church in the best way that I can. I'm sure I will be back soon. Alexander never leaves us alone for long. 100% he is getting he's getting hookers. I guess it looks like there's not much I can do in the Panai Temple right now. Probably I'd have to meet Alexander first before being able to go in the back rooms. But then he might ask me to do weird things in the back rooms, and I would never. Because that's just kind of how these types tend to be sometimes, you know? They're gross. I know where you are when you're away. Or at least I have a good hunch. Not doing the Lord's work, that's for sure. You try unsuccessfully to take care of your hands. Okay, they didn't like that one. Fine. So my best guess is like every time I do it. So. Okay, yeah, and then even see it like, you know. The lights here look really pretty at night. They got looks like sea lanterns or something. They're very pretty lights. Ooh, a sewer grate. Clearly it's time to have more adventures in the local sewer. Because I guess that's just what I do with my time. And this may also be another option for getting into the Panari Temple. There actually seem to be quite a few areas over here. Random half-ogre corpse. Interesting. Very, very interesting. I'm gonna steal that elephant gun. I just blew up a rat with an elephant gun. You know, that's one thing I like about this game. It's as violent as the original Fallout is. And I love it for that. Just... Oh wait, now I want to check and see the elephant gun was, For what it's worth though, some of the monsters that I see definitely probably do need to use an elephant gun on. Okay, it uses 2 bullets. Bullet. Half ogre bandit. Unidentified gloves. Looks like they're made of rubber. And unidentified boots. I found the rat room. The room with the rats. The rats that make you go crazy. The room, however, is not made of rubber. Anyways, Kobo, welcome, Steven. I apologize. I don't know how long you've been here for. Zay. Okay, wait. I have enough time to where... Dude. So I got enough, my turns are long enough that I can actually throw a grenade and then use my gun. This actually works in my favor. I'm gonna be honest. The elephant gun does go kind of hard. Just bringing this giant gun to fight a bunch of rats. Also, despite the fact that I'm at a bit of a disadvantage because I don't have a very good, like my stats aren't really built for carrying heavy weapons. I can still use this thing just fine. Mostly because my firearm skill is just that good. Mid to late game Arcanum starts going really hard though. I can't wait to go fight a spooky wizard guy and then just like pop his head off with the elephant gun. Imagine you're a lich. And then like while you're doing your literary. Somebody just pops into your room or into your lich cave. And then they just crack out like a giant gun. You've been waiting like thousands of years for your return. And then some freaking doofus with an elephant gun just walks in and explodes your whole body at once. And then upon discovering that you're gonna come back and try to return, they do it again. Every couple of months. You regenerate just to... just to have this happen over and over. Terrible times right there. Terrible times. But hey, 50 cal do be that way. Ooh. You know, the bigger rats, you really you feel it just a little more. Just kind of feel that pop, you know? Also a bunch of robots pop up as well. No, that part's always a given. Because, you know, making robots is cool. In like any context. He's actually gonna walk all the way around just to get to me. Filthy muties. No, that's what Arcanum got right. Like, that's something that Arcanum did like 100 times better than Fallout ever could hope for. It got the racism right. Todd Howard's over here thinking about the graphics, the detail. This game has all the racism though. And that's what really matters. Twice the slice! I'm gonna get in trouble for this one. Oh well. Oh well. What? I missed it point blank. I missed it point blank. 16 times the racism. I freaking saw like a random thread over on freaking Steam a bit ago in the forums for this game. And some godless heathen was over here being like, "Ah man, I hope Bethesda picks this game up." And I'm just like, dude, no. There's some things that are okay in this world. That is not one of those things. Okay, I want to stress, I love the illuminated decoy. I don't know the words to describe just how much I love the illuminated decoy. But like, I question what the little guy is actually supposed to be doing. Wait, so if I do a fire obstruction. Aha! Bang! Why? Does this always happen? I just wanted to do a funny thing. How much did that damage my armor though? Actually, the cool thing is that I didn't take much damage from it. Probably in part because I do think the armor has like 30% fire resistance or something like that. The fire obstruction's a cool concept. The problem is when you have to actually use the fire obstruction. That's the issue here. Oh, they're just gonna... Guys. Are you supposed to do this? Are you good? Do you just not care? Asking for a friend. Oh, no. Okay, it does take some fire damage, but not much. Or perhaps it's more like it has so much health it doesn't matter if it takes fire damage. Sweet. Also, Nikki, I hope you're not dying too hard right now. I know I use the term a little bit haphazardly, but I do genuinely care about everyone. You know, though, it is pretty on brand for the robots to actually, you know, be that considerate of things. Greater Lich. Level 15. Yes, because when I think of greater anything, I think of level 15. If you want the title of greater anything, I think that's at least, like, minimum 25. Like... Well, time to show this Lich why he should have just kind of given up a while ago. Why is the Lich so tall? See, I'm disappointed in you, Mr. Lich. Very, very disappointed in you. Also, now I have 2 points to spend. I'm getting the Looking Glass Rifle. so the looking glass rifle is most what I need to get the Tesla gun, I think. Right? It was a looking glass rifle, right? There was something that needed a looking glass rifle. Yeah. I need the looking glass rifle and the Tesla. And I'm all out of Tesla rods. I don't know. Unfortunately, that sort of technique doesn't work on me. No, I suppose there's technically an equivalent, but that's neither here nor there. We don't discuss such cursed knowledge. Or do we? Doesn't really matter, does it? Unidentified sword. I'm leaving that alone. I don't feel like grabbing it. There. I enjoy Arcanum. Because I guess in a way it really does feel like a classic Fallout game. Honestly, it's almost to the point where I'm even willing to say, adding on to what I said last night that some would consider to be a very controversial statement. If you didn't play Arcanum, you're also a tourist. That's right. To not be a Fallout tourist, you have to not only have played Fallout 1 and 2, but also have played Arcanum. Need to play Wasteland 2. That's right, guys. We're gonna purity spiral so hard with this one. We're gonna purity spiral till even I am a tourist. Perhaps that's the truth of how things should be. If the person who determines what the stuff is. Yeah, no tourist slap. Because you know what? After a while, you're eventually gonna have people looking back on games like Fallout Shelter and being like, man, we had it good, didn't we? No, never. We're never gonna let this moment happen. Instead, we have to make sure that we gatekeep. And punish all who dare defy us. A passage! I'll do even better. Play Wasteland 1. It was painful. Yeah, all the games tend to be a little bit painful to play. Look, I'm just gonna stress something. There was a time when these graphics were cutting edge. There was a time when the graphics of Super Mario Brothers were cutting edge. You should live in some fear of those times. Because there's some scary stuff out there. Remember, it can be scarier. And you should fear when it gets scarier. Honestly, it kind of is sad that games like this don't really exist that much these days. And I'll stand by my position I think that Cyberpunk 2077 was never good. From the perspective of somebody who actually likes RPGs, no, Cyberpunk 2077 is trash. Actually, there's even a time when like the original XCOM was considered like was considered like cutting edge graphics. There were some rough days, man. My main issue is honestly with it. Like, dude, you freaking make a game set in Cyberpunk where a lot of the game is about questions of humanity and how much a person is willing to lose and all that. Like, apparently in the original tabletop, Cyberpunk was more like about like this sort of unending struggle between a person's need to effectively constantly mod their body and an actual desire to create and that need to retain your humanity, basically. Dude! One shot that zombie and he just exploded! But it's like one of those things where it's a struggle that doesn't even exist in the original Cyberpunk, or in 2077. It honestly disgusts me that games like that are considered RPGs. Yeah, but it's just like you lose like half of the actual philosophical edge of the game, basically. And I'm gonna be honest, I don't care if the original author liked it, because you know what I have to say to that? People change. People change. You can't make it. You can't change that fact. It's difficult to deal with, but still. Okay, the elephant rifle is actually genuinely fun. I'm very happy that I found this randomly. Well, not randomly, it was, loot off of some guy's body, but still. Hey, Fox, look, almost even. Yeah, but anyways, it just frustrates me. And my position will always just be, it was never a good RPG, purely on account of the fact that, like, there were no cat girls. Thus, terrible RPG. You gotta remember, the cat girls are canon. Also, like, none of the really serious body mods were present in there, and that's also one of those things that just kind of disappointed me. It's like, the more you know, the more disappointed you should be in it. And then you get all these people who are just like, it's great, it's good now, they fixed it. And I'm just like, no, you just watched the anime and thought that was good, and then you added it, and then you just kind of, threw it. You got vaguely the same similar vibes from the game. Because you're easily manipulated. Anyways. I don't like missed opportunities. I don't like missed opportunities. Above all else, that's like one of those things that is one of my biggest pet peeves. Missed opportunities. When I see something that has every reason to be great, fail at being great. Because realistically speaking, that shouldn't happen. Also, looks like Saga's been hit with like stasis or something. I don't know. No way, it doesn't matter. It won't matter for long. See? Come, Mr. Pestilent Soul. I've been noticing barrels and where I could actually have stuff in them. Ugh. Interesting decorations in here. Also, based on the positioning here and how far we traveled, this might be right under the Panari Temple. Knock no more times than 3 if you have not the key. Once you've knocked, you knock no more. Master Stone sarcophagus is in the carvings. It's been centuries old. Skull from the tomb of Nostradin. I don't see how this could possibly be a problem. There's a skeleton in the sarcophagus, just in ragged robes. The skeleton is missing its right finger. Oh, Nostradin. I hardly knew ye. Well, I was right about the pyros in the Panari Temple. Not really just a notion. I see, man. Let's go take a look. I'm sorry, but people say it's the church elders who are allowed to see the remains of our Panari brothers and sisters on pilgrimages. And we haven't had seen one of those in a long, long time. I'll be going now. Listen, I'm basically the reincarnation of your guys' god, so you should basically let me do whatever. I may have soft locked myself. Oh wait, there it is, passage. Fool, I'm not gonna just leave without taking a something. I don't even know if this skull is worth anything. You made the mistake, nowhere to run. Third knocks mean demons come. No, we can take these guys, I'm not worried. They hit very hard. I think I can take these guys though. There we go. See, technology always wins in the end. I don't know what I should do about these guys. Yeah, you know what's funny? I thought that the little guy was. I thought that the illuminated decoy would help me with my would help me with my aim in the dark. Instead, I really don't know what he does. You know, though, emotional support is necessary, so we'll take that. We accept emotional support as a valid thing. He is valid. And that's what matters most here. He's here, he's valid, and you know what? That's a lot more than some of us get, you know? Some people's parents were not present in their lives, and it took them down dark paths. Okay, you just need something small, even the slightest thing, the smallest bit of hope can make a big difference. And I know about taking the wrong path, okay, because I'm a VTuber. That's the epitome of having taken the wrong path. Hey, he's our IDI2, our Orko, our Snarf maybe. Hey, never disrespect Snarf, okay? Never disrespect Snarf. I have no clue why Thundercats actually is able to be anything. You ever just see something and you're just like... Less than who pitched this, I question more. Okay, so I need a shovel. Like, just question, like, you know, like who, not only who pitched this, who allowed this? No, like, who heard about this as an idea and was just like, dude, this has to happen. No, they're just like, I don't care how, this has to happen. Man, you're just wondering how. It's an incredible thing, honestly. But you know what the deepest irony is? This little guy fills me with more joy than any modern Bethesda companion has. You know, no, than any Bethesda companion possibly ever. Most definitely ever. You know why? Because he's not trying to sell me a backstory. He's not trying to be so very quirky. He's just here, hopping around, following me, desperately trying to keep up. Even though he can't. Because he's only got one leg. And he's only got one leg because I made him that way. Because I knew that if I made him in my image, he would be too powerful. Whoa. Who might you be? I'm Anius Maxim, invented the mechanized gun and the recently absconded aeroplane, a heavier than air flying machine. Please distract for a moment and trust his hand towards you. Oh, you'll have to excuse my absent-mindedness. I was just admiring the ruins of my life. Up into the refractory. Darn imbecilic ogres stole my flying machine prototypes and burned down my factory. And just to add that little extra joy to the whole affair, they beat me senseless as well. Now the king's advisors say I'm a fraud. The heavier-than-air flight is impossible. They say I staged the whole thing to cover my failure without proof my days are done. I saw your machines fly. You saw them fly? Where? Where are my airplanes? The ogres crashed them after shooting them down the Zephyr. Those stupid, inbred, ignorant beasts. They wrecked my masterpieces. And for what? To kill innocent people? The bastards. I can say I saw your machines fly. Would that help? I'm sorry to say, I fear your word will not be enough. I need tangible evidence that cannot be refuted. What type of proof would you need? Anything that proved they are capable of flight. Let's say you found proof for you. Would that be worth? I gotta give you an experimental mechanized arachnid I've been developing. Quite get you out of an honest scuffle. It will heal you automatically. The medical arachnid. Would a photographic record of them flying be sufficient? I would do it. I'll return with the proof.
What is it that you want of me?
Guess I get it over to the Zephyr and see if there's anything over there. Seems like that'd be the most likely location. She's the one looking in the ass kicking contest. And she won! Exactly. Exactly. No, do not fear the man who is... You should fear the crippled man who fights better than the well man. Because that is a scary thought right there. Okay, I'm gonna go around this, I'm gonna go in a circle here. Till eventually... I don't even know you guys found me. Doesn't matter how though. The result is all the same. Guy just popped! Man, it is not every day you get to witness a man just pop like that. I also want to note, I really like that the armor has an integrated gas mask. Despite the fact that to a degree, I don't know if gas even is present in the game. PR. Maybe it's poison resistance? No, I doubt that one. Also, Owen, we found something. The cold place. Weird. It's just suddenly cold here. No reason. I'll pretend to investigate later. Were gas masks just designed to be intimidating? Oh, they were? Interesting. Not that I'm really all that surprised. I don't think he makes it that scary. I'm pure accident. accident. Look, my thing here is mostly just that, like, I like the fact that they managed to do power armor in this game. And yet, it doesn't feel out of place at all. Incredible. Yeah, but stuff like that really is what's made me fall in love with Arcanum. I wonder if that guy has a weird thing for skulls. Would be interested in buying this skull for me. I think based on the system that's at least shown in this game, it seems like the system is designed to, it's like a closed system from the looks of it. Yeah, like a closed loop filtration system where, like, it's all, it doesn't filter so much as it just completely bypasses air. Like, it's kind of more like what firefighters use, I think. You can kind of see a tube off of the, coming out the front of it. I will save when I'm done exploring. Nothing's gonna happen, don't worry. Don't worry. I've got a big crew made up of a lot of people with a lot of damage resistance. High armor class. The only people who should be afraid are the ones trying to kill me. See? That guy just got his legs bloated off. Next time, that'll be you. One of my favorite things is when the enemy just starts panicking. For what it's worth, I think my guys are just downright terrifying at this point. Alright, so we got a couple of things to look at here. I probably should go to bed. Actually, I definitely should go to bed. I think first I'm gonna go over to the blacksmith shop because I know for a fact that if I pop in next week, there's no way I'm gonna think to myself, oh, I need to grab some more ammo before I do anything. I don't typically grab them. I'm fighting and stuff. You guys know me. I know me. This man does not sell bullet. Kind of a weird thought if Durnholm as well. You can buy bullet in Durnholm, but you can't buy it here. Well, I can always make some. Just gotta go look for some charcoal in the trash cans. How many charges do I have to work with? 210. Nice. Still only makes 20 bullet though. Hang on, I'll save up to get some more charcoal. We'll be fine, don't worry. Don't worry. Positive. Not worried. I just need more charcoal so I can make more bullet. Bullet. Cause I gotta explode. Cause I gotta explode more people. Did I just hear somebody die? What's happening here? Have you reading newspapers? There's a murder on the list. This is one of the goods and murders card. Perhaps I can find the murderer. It's I need an amateur detective. You'll best speaking Chief Henderson on a fancy photo. I should definitely look into that though. Alright, I think I've made as many bullets as I can, so I guess that'll be the end of it then. What do you make the looking glass rifle? Marksman looking glass. This is such a cursed concept. Alright. See you guys? We're dropping the save. We're dropping the safe. Alright. Now, we're gonna write out. Okay, we're gonna write out. Let's see. I'll go ahead and give it to me on both ends. Anyway, let me think here. Tomorrow, I'll be playing more Xenonauts for an unspecified period of time, because it's expensive. Just what I'm doing. But thank you all very much for watching, and I'll see you guys next time. So good.